The Public Service Commission will go on the record in approximately 2 minutes. In 10 seconds, the commission will go on the record. Good morning. Welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. The commission will come to order. Mr. Secretary, if you could please call today's docket.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Today's evidentiary hearing is in case number 9645 concerning the application of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company for an electric and gas multi-year rate plan.
Thank you, sir. This is a trial evidentiary hearing that was noticed on June 12, 2020 with the issuance of order number 89565. In that order, the commission set forth a procedural schedule to accommodate Baltimore Gas and Electric Company's filing of a multi-year rate application to set base rates for both its natural gas and electric service for a 3-year period beginning January 1st, 2021, running through the conclusion of 2023. This is the first of a kind rate application using an alternative form of rate making, which the commission approved earlier this year in public conference number 51. As described in BGE's application, for years of the multi-year rate period, BGE is not proposing any increase to existing rates. In the 3rd year, which is 2023, BGE is proposing an increase of $140.4 million for electric rates and $94.9 million for natural gas rates. We'll begin by taking appearances of the parties in the order in which they will make their case over the next 7 days. We'll start with counsel for the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. David Ralph on behalf of BGE. And I have with me my colleagues, John Corse, Beverly Sikora, Daniel Herson, and Christia Ravenel. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next hear from the United States Department of Defense. Mr. Ralph, if you could turn your mic off. Thank you.
Good morning. This is John McNutt on behalf of the United States Department of Defense and all of the federal executive agencies. I'm joined, I think, by my experts, Chris Walters and Mike Bowman, on this call. Thank you.
We'll next turn to the National Railroad Passenger Corporation, which we will refer to as Amtrak.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Bob Weissart, counsel for Amtrak.
Next, we have counsel for the Walmart Corporation.
Good morning. I'm representing Walmart Inc.
Thank you, Mr. Nam. I sense you have a not a very strong connection, so if you could work on that, thank you.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Next, turn to the Maryland Energy Group. We'll circle back to them. We'll seek an appearance from the Maryland Office of People's Counsel.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Joseph Cleaver on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, also entering the appearances of William F. Fields, Gary L. Alexander, and Anna K. Ryan on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you. We'll turn to Staff Counsel for the Maryland Public Service Commission.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Annette Garofalo, on behalf of Commission staff. I'm also entering the appearances of Leslie Romine, Lloyd Spivak, and Michael Dean.
Thank you. We'll next turn to two parties that do not plan to make cases in chief, but may be cross-examining witnesses. The first is Montgomery County, Maryland.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Lisa Brennan on behalf of Montgomery County.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan.
Thank you.
And representative for H.A. Wagner, LLC. They may not be with us or may have technical difficulty. Let me go back to the Maryland Energy Group. Okay, well, we'll see if those parties join us at some point during the hearing. So as a general housekeeping matter, it is important that you speak very clearly for the court reporter and that any crosstalk is avoided. If your bandwidth does not support both video and audio at the same time, I would ask you to turn off your camera to preserve bandwidth to allow us to hear you more clearly. We will plan to take all the time that is necessary over the course of the next 7 days to hear the arguments of the parties and to conduct this hearing in an efficient manner. I would ask that we impose a 3-second rule after which witnesses pause before answering a question and allow attorneys an opportunity to object and also assist the court reporter. In terms of the run of show, I'll plan to call 10-minute breaks every 90 minutes, and we'll have a lunch break at some point for approximately 30 minutes. I plan to recess our hearing every day approximately at 4 p.m., but that will depend on where we are during the examination of the witnesses. Let me just state at the outset that this is a major rate case and a very complex one. I'm mindful of the historic nature of this case. We have a 1,200-page rate application. We have hundreds of pages of testimony, both on rebuttal, and I was surprised to see hundreds of pages on surrebuttal as well. We have 9 parties, 7 of whom have checked in. We have 34 witnesses. Hence the need for some ground rules to keep this efficient and moving forward smoothly. I have before me a list of parties that have signaled an interest to cross-examine particular witnesses, and I'll use that as my guide. If other parties wish to examine the witness at the last moment, I will provide those parties with an opportunity to do so before moving forward. With respect to the standard rules of conduct for the hearing, I have rules for examination and rules regarding handling of exhibits. Witness examination will generally be limited to direct, cross, and redirect. I will provide some opportunity for rejoinder, as I'll discuss in a moment. Cross-examination is limited to the scope of the direct examination, and redirect is limited to matters brought about during cross-examination. If a commissioner questions a witness, counsel shall have an opportunity to further examine that witness on the resulting answers. I would ask that you identify which commissioner you're responding to. Participants on the same side of an issue may not cross-examine each other's witnesses on that issue. Additionally, succeeding cross-examiners will not be permitted to engage in repetitive cross-examination. An objection put to a witness during cross-examination may only be made by counsel sponsoring that witness, and a request for clarification of any questions posed to that witness may only be made by that witness. Cross-examination is not to be used as a substitute for discovery. Questions during cross-examination that are designed to educate a party about the substance of another party's pre-filed testimony or otherwise obtain information that could have easily been obtained during discovery will not be permitted. Finally, all witnesses will be subject to recall by the bench in this particular proceeding. The commission will provide appropriate notice. However, witnesses will only be dismissed at the conclusion of this hearing. I recognize that is not a standard instruction. With regard to the handling of exhibits, when an exhibit is referenced during the hearing, the examining attorney should make a specific reference if it is a pre-filed exhibit. This will help the commissioners find the exhibit and give us ample time to locate. Parties are also discouraged from introducing discovery responses in lieu of cross-examination. That doesn't mean you cannot introduce them, but you should use them in conjunction with your cross of live witnesses. Let me pause there and see if there are any attorneys that have questions based on those instructions. Hearing none, let me turn to the utility to see if they have any opening matters to address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have a couple of preliminary housekeeping matters. The company would like to move its certificates of publication for the July 28th, August 14th, and September 15th, 2020 public comment hearings, which were previously marked as Company Exhibit 2 into evidence now.
Hearing no objection, BGE Exhibit 2 is moved into evidence.
In addition, Your Honor, BGE would like to move its application for electric and gas multi-year plan, which was previously marked as Company Exhibit 3, into evidence at this time.
Hearing no objection, BGE Exhibit 3 is moved into evidence.
That's all our preliminary matters. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I recognize that we have a motion to strike testimony, actually two motions filed by commission staff and OPC. Before I turn to those two motions, do any of the other 8 parties have any preliminary matters they would like to bring to the bench's attention? Hearing none, on October 8th, we received a motion from Office of People's Counsel to strike testimony of company witness McKenzie. OPC contends that the witness was actually rebutting the testimony of a staff witness, not OPC witness Woolridge. The company did respond the very following day, stating that their witness's testimony, in fact, responded to new information that was brought about on rebuttal, and we received a response in kind by the company. The purpose of surrebuttal is to allow parties to respond to new information which is brought about on rebuttal. OPC does make a colorful case here as to why witness McKenzie's testimony should come out. And I do recognize that the company did not file a motion for leave to file surrebuttal testimony. Commission precedent is at best inconsistent on when the company can and cannot file surrebuttal. But in these cases, the company, out of abundance of caution, should. I'm going to deny OPC's motion in this case. I believe that the parties should be allowed an opportunity to respond to a critique of their own analysis. And I did not find any case law on point that would bar a party from responding to arguments on rebuttal that was levied by a different party. I believe Mr. Alexander does raise a fine point. I believe he refers to it as friendly defense. I haven't heard that term coined before, but I recognize what OPC is trying to say. In this instance, I find that the commission will afford the proper weight to Mr. McKenzie's rebuttal testimony. I'll also allow OPC an opportunity when Professor Woolridge is on the stand to respond to Mr. McKenzie's rebuttal via live rejoinder. Moving on to staff. Staff had two other arguments that they made. First, they wanted to move to strike the testimony entirely of witness McKenzie and witness O'Neill. For similar reasons, I'm going to deny that motion, but staff will have an opportunity for live rejoinder for their witnesses to respond to witness O'Neill's and witness McKenzie's rebuttal testimony. Finally, staff takes objection to witness Fiery's rebuttal testimony, arguing that she makes a new proposal for the first time regarding BGE's willingness to provide updated billing determinants. I reviewed Ms. Fiery's testimony, which is mercifully short. Effectively, it's just one page. Effectively, it's just one question and one answer. And I would not characterize it as a new proposal. Witness Fiery is merely stating that she states, quote, if the commission is concerned with using forecasted billing determinants for rates multiple years into the future, BGE is not opposed to updating billing determinant forecasts over the course of the multi-year period. I believe she is only making an offer. She's not introducing a new proposal. Again, staff will have an opportunity with its witness to have live rejoinder on that point. Long story short, BGE's rebuttal testimony for its three witnesses, McKenzie, O'Neill, and Fiery, are in. Any additional matters before we move forward with the company's case in chief? Okay, counsel for Baltimore Gas and Electric, please call your first witness.
Your Honor, can I ask one thing?
Mr. Alexander, good morning.
Hi, it's just a simple question. If an attorney such as yours truly does not have a witness that she is cross-examining, can I get off and for bandwidth just watch on YouTube because I'm not going to say anything? Some other attorney will be handling that witness.
You're happy to do that, Mr. Alexander. Keep an eye on YouTube. Obviously, there may be a short lag between the two streams, but not long enough where you can't toggle between the two systems.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Corse ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Are we well? Good. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. John Corse on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. I'm getting a little echo here.
Of course, we could hear you fine. If you'd like to turn off your camera, perhaps you can try that.
It looks like I'm signed on here twice. Is there a way to remove me, Andrew?
Let's go off the record. Let's go
Sorry.
off the record. Ms. Knoll, is Mr. Corse signed on twice?
He is. I'm removing the second sign-on now.
Just as a reminder, parties should only be signed on to WebEx once. If you're signed on more than once, you will have an echo for sure, and it will degrade audio quality. All right, Mr. Corse, are you just signed in once now? Okay, Mr. Corse, we can't hear you now. No sound. We could only see you. No, nothing. Your mic is open, but we have no audio. Nothing. Sir, you may need to call in. Or Ms. Knoll, if you have any advice, perhaps the duplicate sign-in was the one that had his audio.
Your Honor, I removed the one that was not showing as speaking,
Okay.
but that does not mean that it didn't cross the wires on the other end. Mr. Kors, can you try without the headset?
Yeah, perhaps if you unplug your headset, but have another way of speaking.
You're gonna have to go back through the computer.
Okay, we can hear you, Mr.
Reset
Kors.
your sound.
Hey,
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah,
We
we
can
can hear you.
now. We can't see you now.
I can't hear them though. That's all right. Your Honor, let me begin.
Okay, you could hear us?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Okay, hold on. Wait 1 second.
Are we good?
No, we're not good. Mr. Kors, is your video working?
Okay, I will call in.
Oh, hold on. You don't go anywhere. Just okay, Mr. Kors, we could hear you and we could see you now. Can you hear and see us? Mr. Case, can you hear and see me?
Very well.
Okay, good.
I need help.
Mr. Kors, we can hear you. I don't know if you can hear us.
My didn't work. You're off the camera. I unplugged my mic. They said they couldn't get video. Plug that mic in.
Mr. Kors,
JB.
Kors, can you hear me? Mr. Case, you have a few minutes to collect your thoughts.
I'm ready to go.
All right, Mr. Corse, your mic is open now. Can you hear me now?
Your Honor, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Your witness.
Good morning, Your Honor, and I apologize for the inconvenience. We're all learning new things in the spirit of this MYP. I'd like to begin, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, by thanking the Commission for its interest in moving Maryland rate making forward. This Commission has been a leader in a number of areas, ranging from electric vehicles to energy storage. This pilot MYP is just another example of that. In addition, I would like to thank all the stakeholders in this process. It's been 20 months since we started this journey. We've had a technical conference, a work group process led ably by Judge McLean, and now we've been working on this pilot MYP since March of this year, when BGE voluntarily provided submissions to assist in the process. I also would like to thank staff and OPC for their contributions. Now I'd like to briefly turn to BGE's MYP and give an overview of it.
Mr. Corse, I'm not going to permit opening statements here for brevity. I think we know what the MYP is and why we filed it. So if we could turn directly to your first witness.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought we were going to have brief openings, but okay. I'm happy to call our first witness, Mark Case.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and position? Go ahead and swear him in.
Mr. Case, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and position with the company?
Yes, my name is Mark D. Case, and I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Policy and Strategy for BGE.
Good morning, Your Honor. First, I'll be introducing the testimonies of Mr. Case and then a brief live rejoinder, if that is appropriate. Mr. Case, do you have the direct testimony of Mark D. Case filed on May 15th, 2020, consisting of 47 pages and 3 exhibits and pre-marked as Company Exhibit 4?
I do.
Mr. Case, do you also have in front of you the rebuttal testimony of Mark D. Case filed on September 11th, 2020, consisting of 28 pages and 2 exhibits and pre-marked as Company Exhibit 5?
Yes.
Did you prepare or have prepared under your direction the direct and rebuttal testimony in Company Exhibits 4 and 5?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your direct or rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today under oath in your direct and rebuttal testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to move to admit Company Exhibits 4 and 5.
Exhibits are so marked. Hearing no objection, BG Exhibits 4 and 5 are moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to have just some brief rejoinder.
You may.
Mr. Case, in Larkin Connolly's Sir rebuttal, he testified that the company's second proposal regarding the stride surcharge and base rates mechanism is only a contingency, and BGE did not alter its position in rebuttal. How do you respond to this Sir rebuttal testimony of Mr. Larkin Connolly?
I would like to clarify BG's position on the issue of stride cost recovery. In our initial application, BGE proposed that stride costs would be collected through the stride surcharge up until the point where the statutory cap is reached,
And then beyond that point, all remaining investments would be recovered through MYP base rates. And our approach was designed to comport with the Commission's guidance in its framework order that talked about the potential benefits of combining a STRIDE surcharge with the MYP in order to reduce regulatory lag and ensure the appropriate investments for safe and reliable service are occurring. Subsequent to that application, both staff and OPC have raised concerns about the company's approach to recover STRIDE costs through dual mechanisms, and OPC has raised a question about whether it is compliant with the STRIDE statute. So in our rebuttal testimony, we proposed an alternative approach by which we would set the STRIDE surcharge to 0 and that all recovery would occur through the MYP base rates. Administratively, that could be seen to be simpler, and presumably it would resolve OPC's concern about the statutory interpretation. So in OPC witness Larkin Connolly's surrebuttal testimony, he indicated he views the alternative as a contingency option. And so I'd like to say that the company's position is that we are equally comfortable with either option. We have two paths forward. I will note that OP witness Larkin Connolly indicated that should the Commission agree to set the STRIDE surcharge to 0 for the duration of the MYP, he would have no reason to object to that. And I would also note that staff during the working group, and this is noted in the Commission's MYP framework order, that staff had proposed that if a utility files an MYP, it should not also collect costs through the surcharge. So it does appear to us that the alternative approach that we put forward in rebuttal potentially will satisfy the concerns of the other party, both staff and OPC that raised concerns. We see it as a policy matter for the Commission. We think either one is workable. We do not see infirmities with either approach, but we are prepared to implement either approach at the Commission's direction. And I will note that company witness Bajos and Fiery have prepared the revenue requirement and the bill impact exhibits, and when it's their turn to come to the stand, they will provide information on that. Also, company witness Bajos did include in his rebuttal testimony the revenue requirements associated with the alternative approach. One last point I'd clarify about this is that the company's alternative proposal is that even if STRIDE cost recovery is exclusively through MYP base rates, and we set the surcharge to 0 for the 3 years, that we still propose to continue all the procedural elements associated with STRIDE. So the periodic reviews, the project list, the audits, all of those things would continue independent of the fact that we would not be recovering costs under that proposal through the STRIDE surcharge. Thank you.
Mr. Case, one more rebuttal or live rebuttal question. That is, Ms. Roberto, in her rebuttal, testified that the reason customer bills would be 22% lower if the Commission accepts BGE's MYP is 100% due to reductions in commodity prices, and the lower bills are not due to any action by BGE. How do you respond to this testimony?
Yeah, I think Ms. Roberto is incorrect. She may not be aware of the company's efforts to try to reduce the usage of our customers, which has the impact of lowering their commodity bills. BGE, along with the other Maryland utilities, has been a very active participant under the Empower Maryland statute and programs. We're an industry leader in that space. And since Empower began, we have seen the average use per customer on the electric side decline by 16%, and on the gas side by 10%. So the contribution of lower usage is a major reason that customer bills would be 22% lower in 2023. It's, her assertion that we had nothing to do with that and we were just sort of watching it happen is not actually the case. And I would note, in addition to the energy efficiency programs, in Empower Maryland. We've been an industry leader in demand response, programs like conservation voltage reduction, LED street lighting, many other initiatives we have underway to reduce usage. Those have the impact of reducing how much capacity we have to buy through the PJM markets. So that also goes into lowering the commodity bills for customers. If we reduce our demand, so to speak, then we have to buy less capacity and energy for our customers. So I would just point out that we look through our programs and various company initiatives at all means of helping to reduce the customer's bill, and particularly on the commodity side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Case. The witness is available for cross-examination.
We'll begin cross-examination by counsel for Walmart.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Is my bandwidth better than it was earlier?
You sound good and look clear right now. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Case. My name is Barry Naum. I represent Walmart in this proceeding.
Good morning.
I hope to be fairly brief. If you could please turn to your rebuttal testimony, which is the company's Exhibit 5.
Okay, I have that in front of me.
And specifically, if you could turn to page 21, please.
Okay.
And you discuss at lines 6 through 8 the company's proposed performance adder, and you say, if regulators impose reductions in ROE due to poor performance, it stands to reason that an incentive such as the ROE adder requested by BGE should also be provided to utilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And BGE's current authorized ROE is 9.7% for electric and 9.75% for gas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those ROEs were the result of the Commission's approval of a settlement in case number 9610. Is that accurate?
Usually in a settled case, ROE may not be determined. It may be set for purposes of AFUDC and certain surcharges like Empower Maryland, but typically it's a fully adjudicated rate case that determines ROE. So I think you'd have to go back to the case that was not settled as the most recent determination of ROE.
Were you involved in the settlement in case 9610?
Yes, I was.
So is it your testimony that the current authorized ROE for the electric and gas operations is unrelated to that settlement?
Yes, that the settlement in that proceeding did not determine what the ROE would be for general purposes. It used it merely set ROE levels for the purposes of calculating surcharges and for AFUDC, but it wasn't a general settlement on ROE. So yes, that's my position.
Okay. Did the settlement or the Commission's order in case number 9610 make any determination of ROE based on the company's poor performance?
It did not.
When was the last time, in your knowledge, the Commission reduced BG&E's ROE on the basis of poor performance?
I'm not aware of a time where the company's ROE was reduced based on poor performance.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could turn to your direct testimony, which is the company's Exhibit number 4.
Okay.
And specifically at page 13.
Yes.
You discuss at lines, I guess, 18 through the end of that page, the company's requested overall ROE, which consists of 9.9% base ROE plus a reduced performance adder of 20 base, the overall ROE request to 10.1%. Is that accurate?
It is accurate.
So if I understand your testimony and the company's position correctly, instead of a 35 basis point adder, the company's actually just requesting a 20 basis point adder. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For the company adder is justified?
I think I caught most of that question. If I heard you correctly, you're asking whether we still believe a 35 basis point adjustment is warranted. Our proposal, speaks for itself. We have reduced the size of the requested performance adder. I will state that the initial performance adder was targeted to bring the company's ROE to about the top quartile level, the break between second quartile and top quartile, based on the range, the reasonable range that our ROE witness has identified in this case. And we thought that that was appropriate based on our performance has largely been in the top quartile on many of the key metrics that we are measured against. Subsequent, however, to that original filing, we did lower the request for the ROE performance adder to 20 basis points, which would move us closer to the middle, but still slightly above the midpoint of the reasonable range. And that was a function of really designing the overall MYP to be responsive to the environmental or the economic situation that we're in with the COVID pandemic.
Great, thank you for mentioning that. On line 22, you specifically referenced the COVID-19 pandemic, and my assumption was that that reference was in relation to the reduction of the proposed adder from 35 to 20 basis points. Mr. Case, why does the COVID-19 pandemic influence that performance adder request? Is that simply because of the economics that we're facing now, or are there other considerations as well?
Well, the key consideration for us was trying to design an MYP, an overall MYP, and the impact on customer rates that was responsive to the COVID situation. And so, as you know, we have proposed to keep customers' rates flat for the first 2 years of the MYP, and then to have a smaller than otherwise increase in the third year of the MYP. And so in coming up with what we believe was a creative approach to get to that outcome, we did a number of things, including pulling forward certain tax benefits, suspending and extending the amortization of certain regulatory assets, modifying the recovery of major storm costs, and adjusting the ROE performance adder so that the sum of those four parts would get us to the targeted outcome of holding rates flat for 2 years.
So in your answer, you just mentioned the impact on rates. So is it fair to say that under the circumstances, the company believes that the consideration of its ratepayers and the impact that they might receive is appropriate in this context?
We certainly believe our MYP filing is appropriate, and that having rates flat for 2 years to give customers that are impacted by the pandemic, to give them additional time for their financial circumstances to improve is an appropriate measure.
And that 15 basis points difference between the original 35-point adder and the 20-point adder could have an impact on ratepayers' rates, correct?
Yes, it does. And that's how we got to the overall outcome that we were targeting.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
We'll next turn to counsel for Montgomery County.
Good morning. Can
Good
you
morning.
hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Case. I'd like you to turn to your direct testimony, which has been identified as BGE Exhibit 4. Mr. Chairman, this is also on the county's exhibit list. I assume we'll be going by BGE's exhibit list.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I knew how we were numbering things. So, Mr. Case, the question I'd like to refer you to starts on page 17 of your direct testimony.
Yes.
It starts at line 15 and it continues on to page 18 down through line 20. We'll be discussing this a lot, so you may want to keep this handy.
Okay.
So turning to specifically to lines 17 and 18, you discussed that the commission approved a multi-year plan to serve as a pilot program to gain additional experience and lessons learned regarding MYP filings, correct?
Correct.
And I know in this is sometimes this is referred to as an MYP, sometimes an MRP, but I think we can all agree that we are talking about the multi-year rate plan, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So I have a definition that I got from the web for a pilot. There are a lot of them out there. They're all pretty similar, but you can give me your own definition if you'd rather. But if you allow, I will give you the one that I found, and you can tell me if you agree that this is a reasonable definition for what a pilot is. So the pilot project is an initial small-scale implementation that is used to prove the viability of a project idea. This could involve either the exploration of a novel new approach or idea, or the application of a standard approach recommended by outside parties, but which is new to the organization. An example of this would be the standard implementation approach for a new off-the-shelf package. The pilot project enables an organization to manage the risk of a new idea and identify any deficiencies before substantial resources are committed. I think that's a reasonable definition of a pilot.
I do. I'm sure it's not
Okay.
the only definition, but I think it's reasonable.
I'm just trying to get a general idea of what we're talking about here when we talk about a multi-year pilot. So if a pilot is about, learning things and confirming things and maybe doing a little modifying if you need to before going into full production, would you agree that that's basically, that's the basic gist of a purpose of a pilot?
It might be. A pilot could be for a defined period of time. It could be to just try something once and evaluate it. So it would really depend on the context.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce for identification Montgomery County Exhibit 6. This is Commission Order number 89482 from case 9618. So, Mr. Case, if you would please turn to Order 89482. Do you agree that the Commission has reflected this kind of thinking about pilots in its order that established the multi-year rate plan pilot?
Yeah, I agree that the Commission did establish that there would be a pilot utility. I don't think, though, that it totally comports with the way you were describing the pilot in your definitions, which is that it would be a singular case and then a lessons learned evaluation, and then that would inform future filings. In this case, and in fact, Commission staff submitted a request for clarification, which the Commission responded to, that basically said the Commission staff's motion for clarification was to request that there only be one filing, the initial pilot filing, and that would play all the way to its conclusion, through the third year of rates and potentially even through the reconciliation process that follows. And then there would be a lessons learned process, and then that could inform future filings. And the Commission declined to go forward under that framework, noting that there may be multiple utilities that file MYP applications, and that is in fact our understanding, so that when the time comes that we conduct a lessons learned review of MYP filings, I think it's likely to include more than just a BGE's application. We'll see. That's not a decision being made today. But I suspect it's more likely to include multiple utility filings. It will likely reflect both the application process and the proceedings that lead to an order, as well as the annual informational filings, the any hearings that take place there, and potentially even the reconciliation. So I think the commission has indicated it's likely to initiate a rulemaking session in a few years, and it's my view that that will likely include more than just the pilot filing.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. So let's turn to the commission's order that established the multi-year rate plan pilot. That's the order 89482, and I'd like to refer to page 13, starting at paragraph 24.
Okay, I have that.
So it says the commission finds that establishing a pilot to consider the initial MRP pursuant to this order will allow this first MRP filing to serve as an opportunity to gather valuable lessons learned. You see that?
I do.
Okay, and then also this discussion of lessons learned continues onto paragraph 25 right below it on the same page. Regarding, you can read that yourself, but regarding the proposal to conduct a lessons learned review, the commission finds that this proposal by staff would be helpful to inform future MRP filings. Although participation by other stakeholders is voluntary, staff's proposal suggests that in the case of multiple utilities being approved for MRPs, there should be a lessons learned review for each utility after its initial MRP. Additionally, the commission accepts the proposal that staff file a report in case 9618 detailing recommendations to improve MRP filings and a review process. So with that in mind, do you generally see this case as a pilot? I mean, are you agreed that this is a pilot MRP or MYP?
I do agree.
Okay. So Your Honor, I'd also like to introduce Montgomery County exhibit. I have them marked. We're going out of order. I'm not quite sure how to do that just because of the way we had to pre-file them. So they're not in numeric order. So it's your preference for if you want to do these in a different order. But in my packet, there was Montgomery County Exhibit 9, which is BGE's response to OPC's data request 13-2. And what I had marked as Montgomery County Exhibit 12, BGE's response to OPC's data request 13-8.
Ms. Berman, typically I like to go in numerical order, but because of the number of parties and number of exhibits here, we will use the exhibit lists that each of the parties have proposed to us. So right now we're looking at your exhibit number 9, and what's the other one?
DR 13-2 is 9, 13-8 is 12.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Case, do you have both of these data request responses in front of you?
I think I do.
Okay, are you able to identify them for purposes of admitting them into evidence?
Yes, so I have 7-18, 13-02, and these are all OPC, 13-05. Which specific ones did you want me to look at?
Specifically, I'm going to talk about two of them, 13-2 and
Okay.
13-8.
13-2 and 13-8.
Which we had, I don't know if you have them in a tabbed binder or something, but they were number 9 and number 12, exhibit 9 and 12.
Yes, I have them both in front of me.
Okay, so you can identify them for purposes of admitting them into evidence?
Yes.
And are the responses true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
Okay, so keeping those and also returning back to that paragraph in your direct testimony that we were talking about, specifically starting on line 19, it says, in doing so, the commission recognized that, and then there's a quote, a properly constructed MRP can result in just and reasonable rates and yield several benefits over time. Among these benefits, the commission determined that the use of MRPs could shorten the cost recovery period, provide more predictable revenues for utilities and more predictable rates for customers, spread changes in rates over multiple years, and decrease administrative burdens on regulators by staggering filings over several years. See that quote there?
I do.
Okay, and that's, the footnote says it's citing order 89826 at 54. So referring to that discussion of what the benefits are here and also using your responses to the two data requests that I had highlighted for you, I want to talk a little bit about the benefits of a multi-rate plan. So if a pilot is about, learning and confirming things, figuring out, what the benefits are you specifically looking at these benefits, the ones that the commission has highlighted in this order?
I think those are among many benefits. Those are certainly benefits of an MYP. I think there are others.
Okay, and then so referring back to the order 89482 on page 13, paragraph 24 that we had looked at earlier, the commission found that establishing a pilot to consider the initial MRP pursuant to this order will allow this first MRP filing to serve as an opportunity to gather valuable lessons learned. So if you're looking at these benefits and trying to gather some lessons learned, are there other specific benefits you're tracking?
Well, I think we've stated in my testimony a number of benefits of the MYPs generically, and then BGE's MYP application specifically that is slightly more extensive than this one particular quote.
So what key things are you seeking to learn from this specific multi-year plan?
What are we looking to learn versus what are the benefits? Did I get your question? Okay.
Yes.
I think we're looking to see overall, does this produce a better outcome than the historical rate making framework? Exactly how we will make that assessment, I think, is to be determined. My opinion is that it will likely include a review of multiple MYP filings beyond just the BGE filing. So we talk about predictability and rates. Were we able to achieve predictability and rates for the benefits of customers and for the benefit of other stakeholders? Are we able to achieve improved cost recovery and mitigate regulatory lag? I would think that would be part of the assessment that we would consider. In the BGE specific filing, of course, we've come forward with what I would call a unique approach, which is to hold revenue requirements flat for the first 2 years, and then a smaller increase in the third year. I suspect we would look back at, did that have a positive impact on BGE customers in terms of recovering from the pandemic situation? So there are probably many more facets that we'll examine, but those are at least a few that I would expect we would examine.
Thank you. So you mentioned that you might have to look at more than just this one multi-year plan. Do you have a plan for processing your lessons learned?
Well, we do not have a specific plan for the lessons learned review. It's my understanding that will take place, a couple of years down the road. And so, I guess another element of our view is that the assessment of the benefits and pros and cons, if you will, of a multi-year plan would include all the interested parties in the state of Maryland. So from a utility perspective, beyond just BGE, but the other Maryland utilities would likely want to have a role in that. And I'll note there were other interested stakeholders who were very active in the working group process, but who are not a party to this proceeding. So my expectation that it would be a broader and more diverse group of stakeholders that would participate in that lessons learned review when it kicks off in a few years.
So are you doing anything in particular to maximize your learning and preparation for that process a couple years down the line?
Well, I think we're trying to be as transparent as possible. We're trying to follow the commission's framework very closely and fully. And so we hope that all parties will come away with, their views of what worked great, what could be done better the next time. So I would say our primary focus has been to be as transparent as possible. We have, while the commission didn't require it, the commission indicated that a utility could do a pre-informational filing, a pre-filing package. We did that on 2 occasions. I would say we have met informally with stakeholders to this case, approaching a dozen times to try to talk through their questions and provide the maximum visibility into our planning process. So I think we're just, trying to be a strong participant in this and provide as much information as possible so that all parties, including ourselves, will ultimately be able to weigh in on their views about the success of an MYP filing.
Thank you. So turning back to, and I'm sorry, I'm having internet issues on my side. Are you able to hear me or see me okay?
Yes, loud and clear. We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay. I can try to start the video again, but like I said, let's just say I've been told by my tech support that we're having internet issues. So if it's okay to proceed just on audio, it's fine with me.
Yes,
Chairman?
it's less important for the attorneys to be on video, but it's more important for the witnesses to allow the commission to judge credibility.
Okay. So, Mr. Case, turning back to the order number 89482, I'm going to turn to page 4. It starts on page 4, paragraph 7.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't see you. Are you there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, thank you. So what paragraph 7 discusses is that the pilot utility is required to file either a new traditional or multi-year rate plan at least 210 days prior to the end of the pilot. So how do you see the lessons learned in this case informing your next filing in a little over 2 years?
Well, we'll have to determine will it be another MYP filing? Will it be a traditional rate case? I'm sure that will be informed by the outcome in this proceeding. To the extent that parties have put forward requests for what they'd like to see different, or as we watch future MYP proceedings that could likely play out this year and next, we will be taking that all into consideration and trying to enhance, if we made another MYP filing in 2023, to take that learning into account.
So would you agree that this pilot case is foundational for that next one?
I think this and any other MYP proceedings that take place in the next 3 years would be important factors for us to consider.
So as it stands right now, do you anticipate that next case will be an MRP?
For BGE?
Yes.
I hope it will. I mean, we're very enthused about moving away from the traditional, what I would refer to as backwards-looking rate making, and we agree with the commission and many other parties that think there's merit to MYPs and that there are a lot of benefits for customers and stakeholders that can result. So it's certainly our hope that MYPs will become the new framework going forward.
Okay, Mr. Case, if you could hold on for a second. 2 of our staff members have open mics, Colin Glenn and Annette Garofalo. If you could please mute your microphone, Colin and Annette. Okay. Colin, can you hear us? Okay, there we go. You may proceed.
Thank you. So how are you going to measure the success? How are you and BGE going to measure the success of this pilot?
Well, I think we're going to look to see, did it achieve many or all of the benefits that have been identified. And so, you know, I mentioned a few about the rate certainty for customers, the improved cost recovery for utilities. It's a more credit supportive framework. We believe that it will have a lower administrative burden or regulatory burden for parties over time. I think eventually we'll get to the point where we can go forward with PIMS as an add-on component of MYPs. We'll look at the specific features of benefits that BGE had identified in our filing, which is namely the flat rates for 2 years and then a smaller increase in the third year. So I think we'll look at all of those benefits. We'll look at any concerns that have been raised by any of the other parties, and we'll try to do an assessment of all those things. But I think the specific procedures around the lessons learned have not yet been determined. As something that will play out in the future. We look forward to being a part of that, along with all of the other interested stakeholders in Maryland.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing up PIMS, because actually I wanted to go there next. So if you could turn to the order 89482, at page 2, paragraph 2, it talks about the development. Oh, sorry, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. The order talks about the commission recognized that the development of an alternative form of rate making required stakeholder input and created a work group to provide those recommendations. And then the order accepted with modifications the work group's recommendations and established a pilot. And the commission found that the undertaking a pilot will allow it to evaluate the use of MRPs in a controlled manner with minimal administrative burden and limited regulatory uncertainty for the initial utility seeking the MRP. And after gaining valuable experience with implementing the pilot MRP, the commission is going to promulgate regulations to ensure the orderly consideration of MRPs statewide. And then it goes on to paragraph 3, which gets in a little more detail of what the work group was tasked with. And were you a participant of that work group?
Yes, either directly or through members of my team.
So paragraph 3 talks specifically about what the work group was tasked with evaluating. How best to integrate performance-based measures into a multi-year rate plan by identifying goals and outcomes, e.g. integrating more renewable resources and energy efficiency, encouraging peak demand reductions, facilitating storage, supporting grid modernization, or any other state policy goals that may be in place or enacted that align utility performance with state policy objectives that aren't already addressed through existing regulatory measures. And again, that cites order 89226. So, I mean, going back to your note of looking at PIMS, performance incentive mechanisms, as an add-on, would you agree that multi-year plans are part of the broader family of performance-based regulation?
I'm not sure I see it exactly that way. It may be a terminology issue, but I don't think MYP necessarily is a subset of performance-based regulation. It could be.
Is it more accurate to say it's a potential framework for it?
Yeah, I think that performance incentive metrics and incentives and or penalties associated with those could be added into lots of different rate-making frameworks, including multi-year plans. So I think it is a framework, yes.
Okay. And at least for this MRP, do you agree that it was anticipated that this would be a framework for the possibility of other performance-based measures that could be added later?
Well, I'm not sure I would agree with that. The timing was such that for the pilot MYP, we didn't have an approved framework at the time that we made our application back in May. So, I saw it as a phase 1, phase 2 approach. The commission had laid out a procedural schedule. It defined when the working group was to have submitted its report in phase 1, and when the commission would act on that report, and then it would launch a phase 2. But it wasn't it wasn't sort of a sequential thing that all the phases would be complete before the first MYP application is to occur. So I think we will have the opportunity in future MYP filings to incorporate performance incentive mechanisms or metrics. And it may be that as other utilities file in the future, that some of them will also look at performance incentive metrics.
So when you're looking at other performance incentive metrics, would you consider things like earnings bands or revenue sharing, scorecard metrics, index escalators, revenue caps? Are those other performance incentive mechanisms that could be considered?
Yeah, I think there's probably two different aspects. One is what are the key metrics that are proposed and ultimately are adopted in a MYP filing. So what are the key things that we're after? And the commission has subsequently to our filing has issued an order and given guidance that any PEM should relate to a state policy objective and helping to further that objective. So that's one aspect of what are the key things that we're trying to measure. And then the second aspect is how does that integrate into an MYP? What are the financial implications of meeting or not meeting or exceeding a particular target? And there are lots of different ways to do that. You mentioned, dead bands and ROE adders or ROE subtractors. Those are among the different ways to do it. I tend to think of rate indexing, if that was another part of your question, as a little bit of a separate animal.
Understood. So you referenced the order that authorized performance incentive metrics. So that are you referring to order number 89638? Dated September 29th. We have it marked as Montgomery County Exhibit 7.
Yes, that is the order number and the date.
Your Honor, could I introduce that for identification, please?
Ken, yes.
Thank you. So are you evaluating any of these types of performance incentive measures for possible proposals to include in your next rate case?
Well, we will. We're several years away from that. So I can't say that we're actively working on the metrics at this point in time. We're really focused on the current case, but we certainly took note of this order. We think it's a good order in terms of creating the framework so that the next time we go about putting together an MYP, we'll understand what the commission is looking for, and we believe we can design a proposal that's responsive to it.
Thank you. I had a little bit of technical difficulty with the first part of your answer. You said did you say you were several years away from that?
Yes, from the next MYP filing.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Thank you. Sorry, we had a little hiccup on our end. Like I said, I'm having some internet connection difficulties.
No problem.
Do you see the company proposing a longer MRP term than 3 years?
Objection, Your Honor. I think I'm certainly allow some leeway here, but I think it would be more helpful if we could focus on what we filed.
Same section and Commission in Order 8942 only allowed for a maximum of a 3-year multi-year rate plan. So if we can move to your next question, Ms. Brennan.
I will move on. Thank you. So this is actually my last issue. This is focusing on the rate impacts on customers. Turning back to your direct testimony that the section that we've been talking about, starting on page 17 again. And again, so there are some benefits listed. Sorry, are you there? I can't.
I am there, yes.
Okay, so on starting on lines 19 going through page 18, line 5, the commission references certain benefits. We talked about those. And again, these benefits are also addressed in your responses to OPC data request 13-2 and 13-8, which we've identified. So I want to focus on these benefits and the impacts on customers. So okay. Rate stability and predictability are benefits that the commission has identified as part of the potential of a MRP, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the writings and principles of James Bonbright?
Not closely. I've certainly, been to conferences where he's cited as an authority.
So he articulated principles of rates way back in 1961, and as you've seen, his principles are still being discussed, and those principles include concepts like stability and predictability, as well as sufficiency and administrative simplicity. And there are other generally accepted principles like gradualism. Correct. Are you familiar with that concept?
I am.
Okay. So here's the question. Does operating under an MRP in particular, or under more performance-based regulation in general, mean that those traditional principles no longer apply, or are they more important or about the same in importance in your view?
Yeah, it wasn't something I considered ahead of time, that specific question. I would say there's nothing about an MYP, by my way of thinking, that is in conflict with those principles, but I haven't really studied it closely. So I couldn't really assert whether it's more important or less important or equally important.
That's fine. Okay, understood. But would it be your testimony that the company's proposal meets the requirements from the commission, but also generally honors traditional rate-making principles?
There definitely, there's consistency with many of the principles you talked about. The principle of gradualism, I think, does apply. One of the benefits the commission noted is the ability to spread out costs over a multi-year period of time. I think there are other benefits perhaps that you didn't mention in the quick recap of Professor Bonbright's principles. So the increased transparency into a utility's plans before the plans are executed, rather than the traditional means of looking back to what's already happened and then making judgments about that. The added accountability that I think utilities, including BGE, take on under an MYP framework. We provide great detail around our plans. We know that we are accountable for operating and executing in accordance with those plans. So, I hope that's a little bit of an answer. Again, I haven't really done much research into those specific principles, but I would say, generally everything that you mentioned, I don't see any conflicts with what MYPs propose to achieve.
Thank you. Your indulgence for one moment, Your Honor. I believe that may be my last question. Yeah, so Chairman, if we could, so I don't need to move Montgomery County Exhibit 1 because that was what I had, what is now BGE's direct testimony for Mr. Case. So I would like to move Montgomery County Exhibits 6, 7, 9, and 11 into evidence. Do you need me to identify them?
No.
Okay.
Objections. Montgomery County's Exhibits 6, 7, 9, and 11 are.
Oh, wait, I believe I misspoke. I believe it is 12. Let me.
Yeah, it is 12.
Sorry, my apologies. We're moving quick. Okay, 6. So yeah, so the two orders, data request 13-2, which is number 9, and 13-8, which is number 12.
Okay. Montgomery County's Exhibits 7, 9, and 12 are moved into evidence. We'll take a brief recess at this point, 6 minutes. We'll return at 11:25 with cross from Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you.
All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Cleaver, you're a witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could just very briefly, Your Honor, I totally lost my internet connection about 20 minutes ago, so I ran over to my neighbor's house and set up to do it there. Then my wife told me we were back on, so I just got back home. Apparently, my understanding is that there's an issue with Comcast today. There's an outage map problem, and several OPC attorneys have had issues. Knock on wood. For now, I appear to be fine, but if you lose me, I'll run back to my neighbor's house, put on the mask, with his permission, go inside and do it from there. So he told me that there's an open door for the remainder of the day. I guess he has another provider. So anyway, I'll try to, being mindful of the commission's instruction not to be repetitive. I must say that I did miss about 20 minutes of Miss Brennan's cross, but based on the nature of the cross, I don't anticipate any repetition. So but I apologize in advance if I do touch upon something she asked about. But thank you. Good morning, Mr. Case. How are you?
Doing well. Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
You too.
If I could, Mr. Case, begin by directing you to page 10 of your direct testimony, which I believe has been marked as BGE Exhibit 4.
Okay.
And I'm on your rebuttal. On page 10 of your direct, you have a chart that sets forth the electric incremental revenue requirement for each of the 3 years of the MYP, as well as the gas incremental revenue requirement for each of the 3 years. And this chart also contains the total benefits and adjustments that offset the revenue requirement, and resulting in for 2021 and 2022, no rate impact, and then for 2023, there are some benefits listed as well, but they're less than the incremental revenue requirement, so there is a rate impact listed there. Would you agree with that general characterization of this table?
Yes.
Okay, and understanding that these numbers were actually updated, I believe, in Mr. Vahos's rebuttal testimony. To the extent we have questions about the specific numbers, we'll save those questions for him, because I note that an updated version of this was not in your rebuttal testimony. But I do want to ask you just in concept about this chart here. So I think for my purposes, I think we can use this chart, even though these numbers have been updated to some degree in Mr. Vahos's rebuttal testimony. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Now, this chart, as it appears here and as it appears in updated form in Mr. Vahos's rebuttal testimony, as I said previously, it sets forth what the rate impact will be from the incremental revenue requirement associated with the company's MYP plan that it's presented to the commission in this case, correct?
The revenue impacts, yes.
Yes. And I know you're well familiar with the pilot order, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And you cite it regularly in your testimony. You've already talked about it today. And by pilot order, I'm speaking about order number 89482. And Mr. Case, you're specifically familiar with where the pilot order discusses reconciliations. And if you want me to give you a cite, I'm thinking of paragraph 78 on page 37 of the commission's order. And this has probably been marked by multiple parties, but I have it as OPC Exhibit 22. You may have another copy, but if you don't have a copy handy and you have the OPC exhibits that were pre-filed, it's OPC Exhibit 22. So let me know when you're at paragraph 78 on page 37 of the pilot order.
Okay, I have that.
Okay. And at this point in the pilot order, the commission addresses the issue of reconciliations, correct?
Yes.
And the commission explains that reconciliation of the pilot utilities costs will be conducted by 3 distinct means. You see where it says that in paragraph 78?
I do.
And without reading the entire order, let me paraphrase it, and you can agree or disagree with my summary. The first means that the commission discusses are the annual informational filings. And to the extent that there's an actual change in rates associated with those, it would only be upon a petition from OPC staff or another intervener if one of those parties can establish with the commission that the rates, looking at what's being collected versus what's being spent, is detrimental to ratepayers. Would you agree with that summary?
Yes, I would.
Right. And then the second means that the commission identifies is the what the commission has dubbed the consolidated reconciliation. And what that is a reconciliation of all actual utility spend through the end of the historic test year in the utility's next base rate case after this one, correct?
Yes, they actually refer to it as a consolidated reconciliation and prudency review.
Thank you. You've got my next question is there will be a prudency review associated with that process, that consolidated reconciliation that takes place in the next base rate case, correct?
That's correct.
And then any amounts that are not any periods falling within this MYP that are not reconciled as part of that consolidated reconciliation, those amounts will be reconciled in something called a final reconciliation, which is the third means that the commission identifies, which will occur after the three rate periods in this case have concluded, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. So in concept, going back to this chart on page 10, what ultimately, when all is said and done, the revenue requirement will be for 2021, 2022, and 2023, that is subject to change from the amounts that you provided here in direct and that Mr. Vajos updated in his Sir rebuttal, correct?
Yes, that's right. Our actual spending could turn out to be slightly higher or slightly lower than the amounts that are built into the MYP. And so you would expect that to be part of the reconciliation and prudency review process as laid out in the commission's order.
Thank you. But just to be clear, to the extent that the revenue requirement ultimately were increased as a result of the reconciliation processes that the commission set forth, those additional amounts resulting from the reconciliation, they would be collected at the earliest from customers in 2024. Is that correct?
That's right. Through the second of the three reconciliations you mentioned, which that would be effective January 1 of 24. And then the final reconciliation and prudency review, I think the utility has 120 days at the end of the MYP. So that gets us to about May 1 of 2024 to make that filing, and any adjustments that come out of that would take place sometime thereafter.
Thank you, Mr. Case. So the total revenue impact on customer bills, and I'm looking at the very last line here of your chart that we've been talking about from page 10. It ultimately could be greater than the amounts that BGE has presented in this case, albeit the additional impact beyond what BGE has presented wouldn't be collected until, as you just explained, starting in 2024 or beyond, correct?
Yeah, if the commission found that an adjustment was warranted, yes, it would not begin any sooner than 2024.
Okay, and the standard by which, and we've already gone over this, but just to be clear on something you just said, the standard by which the commission will determine whether an adjustment is warranted is the prudency standard. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So that's one way, the reconciliation process, that the ultimate rate impact from what occurs in the 3 years of this MYP could be different than what's been presented here. Another way that there will be a rate impact in addition to what's been presented on your chart as updated by Mr. Vajos is based on the simple premise that when capital investments are added to rate base, customers pay for a return of and a return on those investments for years, if not decades, beyond when those investments are made. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, they pay for the assets, including the return over the typically the useful lives of the assets, the depreciable life.
Okay. Let me take you in that regard. Let me direct you to page 11 of your direct testimony, just going down one page from where we were.
Yes.
I'm looking at line 9, and you state there that while the company needs to continue making investments and incurring the ongoing cost to execute these plans, the total capital expenditures in each of the MYP years are lower than 29 capital levels. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Case, you would agree, wouldn't you, that the 2019 level of capital expenditures was higher than it had been in any year previously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, based on the structure that came out of the commission orders and the working group, 2020, the year that we're presently in right now, is referred to as a bridge year, correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, 2020 is projected, as are the 3 rate effective years, correct?
Correct.
And the projected capital expenditure level for 2020, the bridge year in this case, is even greater than it was in 2019. Isn't that right?
That is right.
Going back to your statement here that we just read, you make the point, however, that the 3 years and that the 3 rate effective periods in this case, 2021, 22, and 2023, the level of capital expenditures in those years is lower than it was in 2019, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree that if you remove the 2 years, 2019 and 2020, that the projected level of capital spend in 2021, 2022, and 2023 is greater than it had been in any previous year?
I'd have to look back specifically to tell. It could be that that's true.
Okay, would you accept subject to check that that's true?
Yes, I will.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Case, with respect to the issue of the company's level of capital expenditures and rate-based growth, if I could refer you to what's been pre-marked as OPC Exhibit 18.
Okay.
And if you could take a look there at page 17 of that PDF, it's a 54-page PDF, and actually you'll see 17 in the bottom left corner of the page too, and it's also page 17 of the PDF. Actually, Mr. Case, I apologize. Before you turn there, this is a winter and spring 2020 investor meetings presentation from Exelon. Do you see that?
I do.
And are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I've looked at it.
Okay. Let me begin now. Let me take you back to page 17, which I had initially mentioned. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
So this, I'm looking at this bar graph on the right under the rate base category, and this sets forth the projected rate base growth over the next, starting in 2019 and going through 2023 for 4 separate Exelon utilities. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. And the starting number in 2019 for BGE, which is the forest green, the square at the top, is 6.9 billion. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that is projected to increase to 9.5 billion in 2023. Is that what this chart says?
Yes.
Okay. I did a little calculation. to me, I'm calculating that that's a 37.7% increase for BGE specifically for this period reflected here. Does that sound right to you, or would you accept that subject to check?
I'll accept that subject to check.
Okay. But let me ask you, for Exelon as a whole, and this is my math, I count that this is a 32.8% increase for the, not, let me strike that question, sorry. For the four utilities as a whole reflected in this bar graph, the rate base increase from the 2019 to 2023 period is 32.8%. Would you accept that subject to check?
Certainly.
Okay. Do you have any insight as to why BGE's projected rate base growth over frankly, the 5 years we're looking at in this case is about 5% higher than the overall growth for these four utilities listed here?
I couldn't really say exactly what's behind each of the other three utilities that are listed on this chart, PECO, PHI, and ComEd. 33 versus 37. There's some difference there. I don't know that it's, a super big difference.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Case. Mr. Case, I've also marked as OPC Exhibit 19 the summer 2020 investor meetings, and it's a very similar document to 18. Tell me when you're there.
I have it.
And just for the record, this is the summer 2020 investor meetings Exelon presentation following the one that we just looked at, the winter spring 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, if I could ask you to turn to page 22 of what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 19, the summer investor presentation. Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
The exact same bar graph with the same numbers appears on the right. Is that correct?
It's certainly the same type of chart. I haven't checked if every number is the same. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Are you aware of any changes in the BGE numbers from the winter spring 2020 presentation to the summer 2020 presentation?
Yeah, at quick glance, they appear to be the same.
Okay. Thank you. And just one more, and I'll try to move on here. What's been marked as OPC Exhibit 20 is the fall 2020 investor meetings presentation from the company, from Exelon. And if I could ask you, it's also page 22 of that presentation to again take a look. And do you see the same bar graph there that we saw in the two earlier investor presentations?
I do.
With the same numbers for BGE, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Case. Beyond the reconciliation process that we've already gone through and the rate-based growth, there's a third way in which future rates stand to be affected by what's been proposed in this MYP. And that is that certain benefits have been accelerated in order to offset the revenue requirement for 2021 and 2022. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And going back to your chart on page 10, just looking at it for purposes of the concept, this line here that says going up to electric, the second horizontal line with numbers, it's total benefits and adjustments. And then there's the same phrase appears in the gas section. And that's the amount of the offsets that are applied to the incremental revenue requirement from the activities planned in this case in order to offset the rate impact of that. Is that right?
That's correct. Those are the adjustments that allow us to get to the flat rates for the first 2 years.
Thank you. And those, the majority of those benefits are associated with tax liabilities that are that are presently recorded as regulatory liabilities, correct?
That's the largest adjustment of the ones embedded in that total.
Thank you. And these are taxes that customers have already paid in rates that are owed back to customers. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in the normal course of rate making, these amounts would normally be flowed to customers over the life of the assets to which the tax benefits relate, correct?
That is correct.
So by using the benefits to result in to keep rates flat for 2021 and 22, that means that in the future, there will be fewer benefits to be paid out over the years 2024 and onwards. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's right. So we made the choice in designing this MYP that given the circumstances, it would be better to accelerate some of those benefits, which might otherwise be paid out over 10, 20, 30 years, to accelerate a portion of those benefits, bring them forward into this MYP plan. Given the COVID pandemic and the impact on the Maryland economy, that was the strategy, to pull those benefits forward. But yes, it does then have a longer term effect that the benefits are being used in the current MYP, or at least a portion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Case. If I could refer you to page 20 of your direct testimony. And I'm looking towards the bottom of the page. I'll get you a line in a second.
Yes,
I'm looking at line 20 on page 20, so very bottom of the page, second to last line. You discussed there the annual project lists, and you continue that discussion onto page 21. And instead of reading it, let me just summarize it, and you can disagree if you have a different summary. What you're saying here is that the 2021 project list will be provided after the commission issues its order in this case, and at some point after January 1st, 2021, correct?
Well, it's really the updated project list for 2021 that we have provided the preliminary project list for 21 already. But what we've offered to do is to update that shortly after the commission issues its order. Ordinarily, in the scheme of things, the project list for each calendar year or MYP year would be provided about 60 days before the year began. In this case, we provided the project list back on May 15th at the time we did the application. So what we're saying is we will provide an updated version of that project list for the first year shortly after the commission issues its order. So that updated list, it will reflect the latest updates for each of our projects, along with any issues that come out of the commission's order saying do or don't go forward with a particular project.
Thank you. I appreciate all that, and you've answered a number of my questions without me asking some foundational questions. So thank you very much, Mr. Case. That's appreciate that. If I could ask you to turn to on this point, if I could ask you to turn to Mr. Larkin Connolly's surrebuttal testimony, and I'm asking you to turn there because Mr. Larkin Connolly has attached to his testimony, his surrebuttal testimony, a data response that I want to ask you about that wasn't otherwise marked.
I do have a copy of his surrebuttal, but I don't have all the attachments. I could pull that up online if you give me a moment.
Sure.
Okay. And could you tell me which OPC exhibit this is?
This was pre-marked. Bear with me, Mr. Case. I apologize.
I think I have the list somewhere too. Let's see.
This is a pre-marked exhibit number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Number 9. Okay.
But if you're looking,
I'm not sure I'm going to have.
if you're looking at the filing on the commission site, Mr. Case, We filed all of our rebuttal testimonies as one package. It's a 304-page PDF of all the testimonies and attachments.
Okay.
I'm looking at Mr. Larkin Connolly's testimony starts at page 151. But I'm going to ask you about a data response that's attached, which is at.
I can definitely find it that way. 1 second.
The commission will also be looking at the 304-page document. So, Mr. Cleaver, if you know what page you want us to turn to.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. It's page 207.
Mr. Cleaver, what's the data request that you're going to be looking at?
Yes, Commissioner Herman, it's the company's response to OPC data request 3305, and it's page 207 of the 304-page PDF.
Okay, I'm in the data request 3305. Yes, I have that in front of me now.
Okay, Mr. Case. This is a company response to an OPC data request that you and Mr. Vajos jointly sponsored. Do you see that?
I do.
And this was a question on a statement in Mr. Vajos's rebuttal testimony, and the response was dated September 25th. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, this question asked about Mr. Vajos's comment that I can assure the commission that there's more work than is reflected in the MYP budget. And there are two sub-questions that ask about, how costs associated with outside of the proposed budget will be handled, and whether or not there'll be subpart B asks about how amounts that go beyond the proposed budget, whether they'll be written off or whether they'll be subject to reconciliation. And there's a response that appears to answer both questions in one. Let me know when you've had a chance to take a look at that answer.
Okay, if you just give me 1 minute to read the response.
Sure.
Yes, okay, I've read it.
Okay, and it basically it's you and Mr. Vajos explaining your view of how the company's actual spend will be handled in the reconciliation and then in the following rate case. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Case, I want to specifically ask you about this point in relation to the idea of a project list. The commission was, I think it's fair to say the commission was concerned with, strike that. I think it's fair to say that the commission recognized that the actual spend is unlikely to match up to the dollar with the MYP budgets that the commission approves in this case, which is why it provided for reconciliation processes. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So I don't want to ask you about so much variances in dollar amounts, but let me ask you about variances in projects. If the company presents a project list to the commission for any of the 3 years of the MYP, and the company determines in its judgment at some point after the year is in progress, after the project list has been provided, that additional projects are necessary beyond those which appear on the list. Do I understand this response to say that if the company undertook those projects beyond what appears on the list, it would not only include them in the historic test year in its next rate case and seek prospective recovery of them, but it would also seek to include the costs of those projects in the reconciliation calculation? Is that what this is saying?
Well, I wasn't sure if your question was getting at, are we trying to recover the dollars twice, both through, and Mr. Cleaver, you disappeared on my screen. Are you still able to hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Case. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
So if your question was, would we be attempting to recover the dollars twice, both through the subsequent rate case, whether it's an MYP or historic, and also through the reconciliation mechanism from this first MYP? I wasn't sure if that was the thrust of your question, but the answer to that would be no. We would be seeking to recover only one time what the actual costs were in the MYP period. And I anticipate that that would occur through the reconciliation mechanism.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Case. I wasn't asking you about double recovery. I guess let me give you an example. Maybe that'll help me to convey the question. Going back to what I asked, let's assume that in the middle of 2021, the company determines that there's a project that it wants to do that the company believes is necessary, and the company embarks on the project in the middle of 2021, and this is a project that's not on the project list, and completes the project in 2021. In the reconciliation, the consolidated reconciliation that would follow in 2023 in the rate case, would the company seek to recover the revenue requirement associated with that project beginning on whatever day it went into service in 2021 as part of the reconciliation of costs that are the subject of the consolidated reconciliation?
Yeah, I think the answer to that would be yes, assuming that it was a project that we felt was a prudent investment. I think one of the things that we all know is that while we do the very best job we can in planning things out, that looking 3 years ahead, or really if you go back to the time that the plans are developed, you could be as far out as 4 years, that none of us have perfect vision into every need that will develop. There could be a new regulation that's in place that wasn't anticipated when the project list was first developed. There could be a new policy objective of the state that the company is responding to. There could be any number of things that drive this. And so the first point I would make is that it is 100% our intention to execute our capital and O&M expenditures in accordance with the MYP that we've filed. So that is a strong grounding. But at the same time, we don't think it would serve customers well or the state well to simply say whether there are new regulations or new compelling emerging requirements that we will not pursue those investments simply because we're in an MYP. So this is where I think it is a bit of a judgment call and a balancing act. It is our intention, as I said, to operate in accordance with the MYP as filed, but we're not precluding the possibility that there could be a project that we identify that makes a compelling case for investment that wasn't included in the MYP application as submitted on May 15th of 2020. I don't know if we lost Mr. Cleaver.
Mr. Cleaver appears to be muted.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Mr. Case?
I just heard you as you asked that question.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. I lost connection, and when I came back, I was muted. Thank you. Thank you. I heard your answer, Mr. Case. Thank you. So just to follow up on that point, other than the prudency review that will occur within the consolidated reconciliation and the final reconciliation, is there any other limitation on what the company can do within this MYP in terms of spend or projects?
Well, I think we all go into this with the expectation that the company intends to operate in accordance with the plan that we have filed. So, I think we've said that in our testimony. I'm reaffirming it for you now. So that is clearly the starting point. And while we're not foreclosing that there could be some adjustment, and it might be a project that we thought would be needed in a future year, and we get there and we find out that project could be deferred for another year, or there's a more compelling project that should be substituted. So we believe it's important that we not give up all flexibility through the MYP process. I don't think that would serve our customers well or any of the stakeholders. But at the same time, we have a plan. It's our intention to operate in accordance with that plan as much as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Going back to the example of the project in 2021 that's not on a project list, but that the company identifies. Am I correct to understand that the first time that stakeholders would learn about that additional project would be in the consolidated reconciliation filed in the next rate case?
I think the first opportunity would more likely be in the annual informational filing, which would take place in early 2022. So the conclusion of the first MYP year, in your example, the company invested in a project that wasn't on the project list going into that year, but we then do the informational filing in the early part of 22 to compare what actual investments and expenditures took place versus what was contemplated in the MYP plan. So that would be the first opportunity.
Thank you. And Mr. Case, on that point, I noticed looking at the appendix to the pilot order, the schedules that the commission set forth as minimal templates. There's nothing there about that actually has a list of projects similar to what we might see in STRIDE. To your answer of a moment ago, are you saying that the company would provide something in the same format as the project list that had previously been provided, plus adding additional projects and explaining why those projects were undertaken as part of the annual informational filing?
I wish I could say with absolute certainty what the format of that filing will look like. I would like to defer that question to company witness Vahos when he's on the stand to talk about that specifically. But it's my belief that we will be providing additional detail about what we actually invested in relative to what we included in the plan. Beyond that sort of conceptual approach, I don't think I could say specifically what it will look like.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Just one last line of questioning. If you could go back again to your direct testimony. And I'm looking all the way at the end at the economics impact study that you mentioned. And your direct testimony is a 65-page PDF. This is on page 53. This is the April 2020 study called Economic Impact of Baltimore Gas and Electric's Planned Investments and Activities, 2021 to 2023. Let me know when you're there.
Okay, give me 1 minute. Okay, I have it in front of me.
Mr. Case, let me ask you to turn to page PDF page 58. It's page 6 of the study.
All right.
And there's this summary table in the middle of the page that has a total economic output of $15.3 billion. Do you see that in the bottom right corner of that table?
Yes,
And you've cited that figure in your testimony, correct?
I have.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. This is not an incremental figure, is it?
No, I would say it is a bottoms up figure that reflects all of the company's investments to provide service to customers.
Okay. And much of that activity would continue and would happen over the period of this MYP, even if BGE had never filed this MYP, correct?
I don't think I could make that statement. Without some means of cost recovery, I don't think we would be able to make the levels of investments that we have been making. I know for a fact we wouldn't. So I would say this reflects the plan that we've put together in the MYP, the level of capital investments and operational programs and the like. And it is very much dependent on the MYP as a recovery mechanism.
Thank you for that. Let me ask it this way. You would agree with me looking at this study that much of the economic impact that's calculated, for instance, comes from the money, the salaries that BGE employees earn, and then that they go out and then spend in the economy, right? I mean, that's one measure that leads to this 15.3 number, right?
It's one measure. I don't know that I would agree that much of it comes from that. This talks about overall employment of 26,700 between direct, indirect, and induced jobs, whereas the company jobs are about 10% of that. So I wouldn't go so far as to say most of it comes from that. A portion of it certainly comes from that, but it's really, there's a large contractor workforce that's engaged in the execution of our programs. There are tax elements of it. So, all those things together add up to the total that you referenced.
So, but if the rates that resulted from the 9610 settlement remained in place through the MYP period, the company would still be hiring contractors and buying supplies and carrying on its business and its activities, correct?
No, certainly not at the levels that are proposed in this MYP. So in order for us to, that's really the point we were trying to make is one of the benefits of our MYP filing, that two things are happening. One is that the MYP framework gives us the ability to make the investments in the system and the various programs that are part of the MYP and all the economic development benefits that go along with that are described in this report. It allows us to do those things, but it also allows us to do those things without directly impacting customer bills, customer rates for the first 2 years, and even in the third year at a lower level than would otherwise be the case. Without that framework, without that filing, without that approval of our MYP plan, we would not be able to go forward just simply based on the rates that were agreed to in settlement in case 9618. I mean, we're making new investments all the time. We've got to have a means of recovery of those investments. The rates from case 9618 do not accomplish that.
Has the company undertaken any study of the incremental economic impact of were the commission to approve the MYP case the company has presented as filed?
But we haven't, because that would really get to what would the alternative universe look like if there were no MYP, if there were no rate case filings whatsoever. I think it's safe to say directionally there would be a significant sort of contraction of what the company was able to do from a system investment standpoint, from an economic development standpoint.
Thank you. And just reading the study, is it correct to say that that this study does not account for any rate impacts that may result from the company's MYP?
I don't think it directly factors in rate impacts.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Case. Your Honor, may I have the Commission's indulgence for a moment?
Hey.
Mr. Case, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Your Honor, no further questions for the witness. I would ask that OPC Exhibits 18, 19, and 20 be moved into the evidentiary record.
Objection. PC Exhibits 18, 19, and 20 are moved into evidence. Staff counsel for Public Service Commission, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Case.
Good afternoon.
I hope we don't have too long, but let's see how this works out. On page 13 of Ms. OPC witness Roberto's testimony, referencing her testimony, you say the revenue requirement is based on revenue needs. And so do you agree with me that the method of forecasting items that contribute to revenue requirements is crucial to an MRP?
Yeah, I think it's a key factor.
But it's really how you derive virtually all your numbers in an MRP, correct?
Yeah, the MYP is based on our forecasted capital and O&M expenditures over the 3-year period, which are needed to maintain the safe, reliable system that we all want and the quality of service that we all want to provide to BGE customers.
Now, was any witness offered in this case to specifically address the revenue requirement as forecasted?
Certainly. Company witness Bajos is our sponsor of the revenue requirements. And then we have, I think, 5 operational witnesses that go into some detail about the work in each of their respective areas, which underlie the MYP.
But did they talk about the manner in which the numbers that they testified to were forecasted?
Yes.
So it would probably be unfair of me to ask you which witnesses and which pages, but as I read those testimonies, they said something like, 1 year we spent X amount and we expect a similar percent, and the next year we spent 10% more, and we think it'll be the same this year. I didn't see anything that was really more definitive than that, but I may well have missed it. Can you help me out on that?
Yeah, I would say that each of our witnesses, and now I'm getting an echo, but each of our witnesses talks about the programs that and the investments that are required in their respective areas. And then they talk about, the basis for, how we've determined that that's what the required level of spend is during the MYP period.
With regard to, you presented Mr. Zhang, Ms. Zhang, and Ms. Zhang, Ms. Zhang's testimony was really dedicated to the manner in which the projections were made. You aren't saying that these other witnesses offered anything of that caliber, are you?
So Mr. Zhang's testimony is not in regards to operational and capital spending. Hers was really on the topic of, customer levels and energy sales and those sorts of factors. what we would often refer to as billing determinants.
So my mic keeps saying mute, unmute, mute. Can anyone hear me?
Ms. Garofalo, the host advisor has been muting you. Your microphone is more sensitive than anybody's I've ever heard from before. So when you're not speaking, as soon as you ask Mr. Case a question, then please mute yourself.
Okay, and what it's going to say on my screen is mute.
Yes.
Okay, because all right, well, would you be able to commit to providing witnesses on the method of forecasting that's used in future MRP cases? And even if it's the same witnesses who would break out, in this case, we're forecasting our capital expenses to increase by 5%. And here's why we're doing that and how we're relying on that.
If I understand your question, we commit to providing information about the basis of our forecasts in this MYP and in any future MYP.
I take that as a no.
I thought it was a yes.
Oh, okay. So,
in other words, I think we have provided information about the basis for our forecast, and we would plan to continue to do so. If you're talking about if a lessons learned process says that we should modify the manner in which we deliver information or develop forecasts or anything like that, we'll certainly be an active participant in that, and happy to go in whatever direction that takes us.
Okay, well. Now I'm on, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now it says mute. All right. So, well, I'll let that go. But you were asked by Ms. Brennan about the meaning of various commission orders, and especially about the lessons learned process. Would you, and you gave answers, but would you agree that, in fact, we haven't done the lessons learned process, and so what we have is the commission's order, and we don't really have any, don't have anything we can attach meaning to for that purpose.
Yeah, the specifics of what that lessons learned process will look like, and when it will begin and when it will end, and is it going to happen in phases? Are we going to do it before this first MYP is concluded and look at the filing process? Or are we going to do it all once the entirety of the first MYP is done? I think those are open issues that are to be determined. And as I mentioned to Ms. Brennan, I also anticipate that it will be an inclusive process that would include all of the state's utilities and all of the key stakeholders that have participated in the development of an MYP framework.
Okay.
So that might mean that while it could be 3 or 4 or 5 separate lessons learned on BGE, a lessons learned on utility B, and another one on utility C, it could well turn into an aggregate lessons learned process that pulls together findings from more than one. In my mind, that's an open question.
Yes, and so it could be even a serial lessons learned.
I think it could.
Yes, thank you. Now, on page 13, line 12 of your rebuttal, you talk about rates proposed being 20% lower than 2008. You addressed that in your live rejoinder, and I think you said...
Can I catch up with you? I'm sorry, rebuttal testimony, what page, what line?
Page 13, line 12.
Okay, I'm there, yes.
And that's where you talk about rates proposed being 20% lower than in 2008.
Yes.
And I believe in your rejoinder, you were addressing that line when you talked about the extent that the statement involves the inclusion of commodity costs. You said it didn't include commodity costs. Did I understand that correctly?
Partially. So what that rejoinder was about was witness Roberto stating that the reason that the bills are 22% lower, and let me just reiterate that they're 22% lower if the commission approves 100% of BGE's request in this case. And that would be a first, it would be a pleasant, but that's the scenario we're talking about. If we get 100% of what we have proposed in this case, the outcome after the increase in 2023 is that customer bills, not rates, would be 22% lower than in 2008. And Mr. Roberto suggested that BGE really was had nothing to do with that outcome, that it was entirely a result of falling commodity prices. And I explained that we had a lot to do with that outcome, that in addition to commodity prices coming down, which I agree is true, equally important is that we have done a lot within Maryland to help customers use energy more efficiently, to use less energy. I cited the fact that the average electric usage is down 16% over that time. So when you think about a 22% lower bill and usage has come down 16%, you can see that that's a sizable contribution. And then I also mentioned just beyond energy efficiency and reduced energy usage, how programs like demand response, behavioral programs, smart street lighting, conservation voltage reduction, lots of programs that the company has underway, that reduces how much capacity we have to buy in the PJM markets. And that also puts the downward pressure on the commodity bill. So long answer, but that's what we were talking about.
I don't remember seeing a calculation of this this matter in discovery. Would you be able to provide that? I wouldn't expect you to be able to provide it on the stand, but if you can, that would be good. But if you could provide it for hearing purposes.
And the request is to provide
the 20% lower than 2008 rates was arrived at.
How we got to that number?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I thought maybe there was discovery on that, but I can confirm that.
Thank you. Because so one reason I'm a little confused about this is that BGE has been in multiple times since 2008, and I believe, perhaps with the exception of the relatively recent rate case involving federal income taxes, each time they've gotten an increase in rates. You wouldn't disagree with that?
I'm not disagreeing with that. So the point is that every customer's two components to their bill: the distribution portion and the commodity portion. And the point that I'm making is that BGE has a lot of influence over how much a customer pays for commodity. It's not just market prices, and we're all victims to market prices going up and down. We have the ability to help our customers use energy more wisely. So independent of what commodity prices are doing, it's the price times volume, right? So we can help impact the volume piece of that equation. And we have been very successful in doing so.
So, but you don't disagree, this is we're only talking about distribution rates here.
Well, when you talk about energy affordability, of course, most customers focus on their total bill. So I would agree that the MYP proceeding is focused on distribution rates and distribution revenues for the next 3 years. The 22% was merely a data point that speaks to the trends in energy affordability in Maryland over the last 15 years.
Okay. So I'd like to turn to the stride because I was a little confused coming into here and I had some questions for you. But now that you've offered your rejoinder, maybe I'm more confused. So maybe you can help with that. So first of all, I think in BGE's direct case, They said that they were going to continue with Stride as a separate matter. Today, at least, they hinted at it on Sir Rebuttal that they would be willing. One of your witnesses, I don't believe it was you, said they would, if the commission directed them to, they would put all Stride projects into the MRP. Now, I thought that what I heard you say today is that, please help me understand, that that's actually your preference. Or
I didn't say it was our
equally, it's equally to you whether you use whether Stride projects go in total into the MRP, or whether you charge and are that therefore paid for through base rates, or whether they are in the Stride and only the surplus goes into base rates, you're equally happy.
Yeah, so the point I'm making is we started with one proposal, which was what I would call a bit of a hybrid. So we would continue the Stride surcharge. And in the first year of the MYP, of course, we're well below the statutory cap. So all the Stride projects in 2021 under this original proposal would have been recovered through the Stride surcharge. And then in year two, we start to bump up against the cap. So the majority of the Stride investments in year two would be recovered through the surcharge, and the little bit of investment that would not be recoverable through the surcharge, that would flow through base rates, MYP rates. In year three, since we're already fully at the surcharge cap, 100% of the investments would flow through base rate. So that was the starting proposal. If we want to call that sort of the dual track recovery, some of the recovery through the surcharge, some of the recovery through base rates, we'll call that the original proposal. And then in rebuttal testimony, witness Vahos, and I think I also explained a little bit about it, we identified an alternative. Commission staff had raised some concerns about the dual track recovery. OPC's witnesses raised concerns about that. So we said, here's an alternative. We still believe the original proposal is fine and could work, but here's an alternative way that we could do it. We could effectively suspend the surcharge, take it to zero, keep it at zero for all 3 years, and all of the capital investments for Stride would be recovered through base rates, just like any other capital investment we would make over the 3-year period of time. Obviously, what we don't want to happen is that Stride ends up with a worse cost recovery profile than regular capital, right? We think, if anything, Stride is one of the state policy objectives that shouldn't be afforded a lesser degree of recovery. So given that parties had, staff and OPC had expressed some concerns, we identified in rebuttal testimony an alternative to only utilize base rates and not utilize the surcharge at all for the 3-year period. OPC witness Larkin Connolly said OPC would have no reason to object to that approach. I'm not entirely certain what staff's position is on that, except that I know staff, going back to the working group days, had always advocated that if you're in an MYP, you shouldn't also have a Stride surcharge running in parallel. So unless staff's changed its view on that, then presumably this alternative approach would also satisfy staff's concerns. So we're pointing out to the commission that we think either one is viable. We do see it as a policy decision. We're pointing out that the quote unquote alternative approach seems to have support from OPC and I think staff. And so that's really the purpose of that live rejoinder. Did that clarify it?
Are you saying that BGE would voluntarily not participate in Stride for the 3 years covered by the MYP?
I'm saying we execute the Stride work. So we'll do all the planned Stride work either way. And I'm saying that also procedurally, we will continue the quote unquote extra provisions that go along with the STRIDE review, the audits and the periodic hearings that take place to review the STRIDE work. We would continue all of that procedurally. And I'm saying that yes, BGE, if it's the commission's preference, would be okay to suspend the STRIDE surcharge for all 3 years and do the full recovery through MYP base rates.
Well, because this is statutory, I want to get this clear for the commission. I think you would have to volunteer not to participate in STRIDE as STRIDE, that is to collect the surcharge, and I'm just not crystal clear that you have agreed to do that.
I'll be crystal clear. We are agreeable to doing that if it's the commission's preference.
Are you an attorney?
No,
Mr. Case? Do you have reason to think the commission could direct you not to participate in something that is enabled by the Public Utilities article?
Well, not speaking as a lawyer, but I would think if the company clarifies on the record, which is what I've attempted to do today, that we are totally fine with not using the STRIDE surcharge mechanism as a means of recovery, and instead relying entirely on the MYP framework, that is something the company is agreeable to doing. So that means we're volunteering to do that, then that's what it's intended to be, that we're leaving it to the commission's discretion, which way it wants to go. We think both are viable. We don't think there is a statutory issue, as OPC has raised a potential concern. So we think it really is a policy matter. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few other STRIDE related questions for you, which maybe they've gotten simpler. Are all the STRIDE eligible projects, if the commission were not to put everything in base rates, would all the STRIDE eligible projects be covered by the be in the MRP and covered by the STRIDE surcharge? And I think you've already answered that. You said no.
Yeah, I'm saying that the amount of STRIDE work that we've identified and the commission has approved in this 5-year STRIDE cycle, that it exceeds the STRIDE cap at some point. And so we need to look for an alternative recovery vehicle. And so we're proposing under the original proposal that we could utilize the STRIDE surcharge until it reaches the point of the cap. And then subsequent investments could be recovered through MYP base rates.
Now, switching to something else that's, this may not apply if everything goes into base rates. Is it correct that in this case, BGE is moving all STRIDE projects completed to date into rate base?
Yeah, we would be moving STRIDE work that's occurred since our last rate case where it was moved into rate base. All subsequent work through the end of 2020 would move into base rates, so that on January 1 of 2021, if we have a STRIDE surcharge, if it's not suspended, then the STRIDE surcharge would pick up new work that takes place during the MYP period. So work prior to the MYP would move into base rates. Work that occurs during the MYP would either be recovered through the surcharge or in the alternative proposal, fully through base rates.
I think in 2019, those are actual numbers, so we would know, the commission would know what to move into base rates, but you have forecasted numbers in 2020. Would you be moving in only completed projects?
Subject to check, I think we'll be moving in both the completed and the planned work for 2020 so that we're starting fresh with 2021.
you're really asking the commission to accept into rate base projects that are not yet used and useful in providing service to the public.
Well, the projects will be used and useful. These are projects that will be completed prior to the MYP initiation.
So is that's 100% of your STRIDE work that's been projected for 2020, or that you proposed to the commission for 2020?
Yes.
And is there anything else you would be moving into base rates along with this?
Not to my knowledge. Company witness Vahos is our a witness on revenue requirements. So if there's something that he knows of that I'm not aware of, he can mention that, but I don't think so.
Okay, so if your new recommendation is not accepted, and you continue to work under STRIDE during the 3 years of the MYP, what mechanism would be used for moving STRIDE projects into rate base? And by that, I mean, at the beginning of year 2, you'll have a new project list. Will those go into rate base then, or will they go into rate base at your next base rate case?
Well, so under that original proposal, it's a bit of a hybrid, right? So all the projects that would be recovered via the surcharge would remain in the surcharge for the duration of the MYP, and only at the next base rate case would those projects shift from the surcharge into base rates. So that's what happens with respect to the projects recovered through the surcharge. We've also proposed that other projects which go beyond the surcharge level, that those would go into MYP base rates as we've proposed them in this case. So some of it would happen in 2022 and 2023 in base rates, and then other STRIDE projects that are being recovered through the surcharge, they would not move into rate base until we had a subsequent rate case.
So then conversely, if your STRIDE work is being handled as part of base rates, at what point would let's say you just had one project in year 2, at what point would that project go into base rates?
It would be going into base rates in 2021, if that's the year it was projected to be. Like any other capital, let's say we're doing capital on the electric grid, that will move into rate base in accordance with the MYP projections. And we're saying under the alternative, STRIDE would operate just like any other capital program that we have proposed in this MYP.
So then can I infer from that at the time of each reconciliation, if for some reason a project hadn't been finished, at least the construction work, at least the amount of return you had collected on that would be returned?
I don't think I followed that question.
So you forecast a project.
Yeah.
And let's say it costs $100, because I'm a lawyer. I can't really work with anything bigger than that without an accountant next to me. And at the end of the year, that project is incomplete. Let's say it's 50% completed. But it's in rate base, and you've been earning rate of return on that project for a full year now. What would happen to that rate of return? Would you, because you're and you can give me an answer for STRIDE and not for STRIDE if you'd like, but
yeah, I'm going to say that beyond my level of expertise in the rate making process, I'd like to defer that question to company witness Vahos.
That's great, thank you. Give me just 1 minute, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Groff. Are there any others that wish to cross-examine this witness? Ms. Ruffalo, your mic. Okay, your mic is on mute. Of course, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do commissioners have any questions for the witness? Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Case. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how you believe the multi-year rate plan will impact the existing distribution system planning processes of the company. I mean, I think it's generally accepted, I think, that utilities in general in deregulated states aren't very transparent with regard to distribution system planning, and that the regulatory agencies and many stakeholders get a glimpse of those processes when we have a base rate case in the historic test year look back prudency review. But how will that be changed when doing a multi-year rate plan, in your view?
Yeah, in my view, it's significantly more information is being provided in a multi-year rate plan than what would take place typically during a historic or traditional rate case procedure. So in a traditional case, we're not really talking about what plans the company has going forward. We're talking about what investments have already occurred and what the costs are and what the rate making impacts are of that. So I see the multi-year plan as really the first time where the company is laying out its investment plans and its operational program plans in advance of those projects taking place. And so it does provide that opportunity for parties to question or challenge what the company plans to do. So at a high level, that to me is the largest difference.
So you believe the current asymmetry of information with regard to distribution system planning will change dramatically as a result of these multi-year rate plans?
Yeah, I think the commission has noted the greater transparency of information is one of the reasons that it is supportive of moving away from traditional rate making. We share that view. We think it does give parties more information about the utilities plans ahead of time and the opportunity to provide comments about that. And I know you're aware, and I'm aware that there's the NARUC-NASIO look at distribution planning. If I recall, the report is scheduled to come out on that in the early part of next year. We look forward to seeing what those recommendations are, and to the extent that that's a benchmark or a barometer for where regulation is going to go, then we'll look forward to adopting that.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I think that's going to be key for a lot of different reasons. But do you think the processes themselves, besides the sharing of information and the reduction of asymmetry of information, do you think the processes internally at the company will change in and of themselves because of these multi-year plans?
Well, I think because there's a greater degree of scrutiny, then it puts additional burden on the company to make sure that all of our plans are clear, that we can defend them, we can support them. So I think it probably adds, documentation, I suppose, for lack of a better word, is one element that will increase as a result of the new process. There could be more fundamental changes in distribution planning. I don't know for certain, and I know distribution planning falls underneath one of our witnesses, Mr. Apty, and so he could probably also speak to that. But I think primarily it's the sharing of information that is dramatically different than regulation as we've known it in the past.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me go quickly on to a different line of questions if I can. What incentives, Mr. Case, do you think exist in the multi-year plan itself for the company to meet its proposed annual revenue requirements as close as reasonably possible, and not underspend, possibly jeopardizing safety or reliability, or not overspend, potentially jeopardizing the principle of just and reasonable rates for Maryland's ratepayers. What's self-regulating about multi-year plans that gives the company incentive to hit the marks on an annual basis?
Well, I'll give some credit to the commission in the framework that it established for multi-year plans. I think we're all aware that there are multiple ways that different states handle the topic of reconciliations. I think the way Maryland approaches it, it's certainly strong from a customer standpoint, to the extent that if a company were to spend less than it projected, then two things would happen. One, it would call into question, how good is the company at really, forecasting its requirements and forecasting its projects and knowing what things are going to cost. So there's a credibility issue that we acknowledge. We're accountable for this plan, and we take that seriously. But even beyond that, the commission's requirement that there be a reconciliation so that any underspending relative to the rates that were built into the MYP, that would be returned to customers with full carrying charges. So there's no economic benefit to the utility to end up in that situation where you're having to refund dollars with carrying charges. Your other aspect was about the incentives to not overspend, and I think they're equally strong, if not stronger. So we don't take it as a certainty that if we were to expand beyond our MYP plans and we get to that reconciliation period and the prudency reviews that are associated with it, that it would be a slam dunk that everything would flow through. We know that we have the burden of proof to demonstrate the reasons for the variances. There could be great reasons, right? There could be new regulations that weren't around in 2020. There could be emerging opportunities that support the policy direction the state wants to go in. It could be any number of good reasons, but we know that we have that responsibility to be able to demonstrate that. And this is where the company ends up being on the short end, is that then we haven't really resolved the regulatory lag in that situation. So if we spent some level of dollars above and beyond what was built into the MYP rates, we're back to the regulatory lag situation, which is one of the benefits that we're seeking to address through the MYP structure.
Very good, Mr. Case. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you. Do you have commissioners have questions? Commissioner Lynn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Case.
Good afternoon.
I had some questions for you regarding the testimony that was presented by a panel, Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens. It was surrebuttal testimony filed on October 7th. Mr. Cleaver, in his cross-examination, briefly touched on one of the points that I think is I would call it a general theme that flows through some of the testimony from the People's Council, and I didn't hear a response from you in your rejoinder testimony that you provided earlier today. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to it, and maybe I may have a question or two afterwards. But I'm specifically focused on pages 11 through 13 of that surrebuttal testimony.
I don't have that testimony in front of me. I could pull it up if you like me to, or if you just want to describe what the topic is about.
So certainly, I could, either way works. And just for those who are following along, I'm on page 12, line 10, where the question that was posed is, what do you perceive BGE's goals for MYP to be? And further along in the paragraph is one big paragraph. The testimony there says, our broader concern is that Exelon Utilities investor presentations and BGE rebuttal testimony betray BGE's true complaint regarding our recommendations to cease certain grid investment programs and reduce proposed capital spending, we believe to be excessive relative to risk reduction. it continues on from there for a little bit. But basically, the general statement that the testimony is making is that the particular projects and programs that the company is proposing may not be necessary, or that the spend may not be necessary, and it's only being proposed in an attempt to reach certain earnings goals that the company has established. So I wanted to give the company a chance to respond to that in light of the fact that in your testimony specifically, you've noted that the company was very sensitive to the issues that are going on this year economically for all of your customers, and that's commercial and residential. And so, if you have any response to that, I'd like to hear.
I do. Yeah, I reject the OPC position or narrative that we are simply developing capital projects for the purpose of growing rate base that are otherwise not valuable and needed on the system. And I know each of our company witnesses will respond to the OPC challenges, whether it's around underground cable replacements or security upgrades, or 4KB, the various areas that OPC is specifically challenging. Our witnesses will be happy to respond to those challenges. But, we take a lot of pride, I guess is the point I'd like to convey, in being a well-run utility that is here to serve our customers. And that is foremost. It's not to grow rate base for the sake of growing rate base. We view ourselves as the responsible stewards of funds that will ultimately end up in ratepayer rates, and we take that seriously. And I don't believe personally that OPC's objections are well-founded to our programs. I believe that OPC has a specific goal in mind, which is to reduce the impact of the MYP. So I'll just simply say that, it's a bit of an integrity issue for us that we invest in programs that we absolutely believe are important to the safe, reliable, and resilient delivery of power and natural gas to our customers.
Okay, so it's fair then to say that the testimony goes on to make other statements, which perhaps some of the other witnesses or even Mr. Cleaver will follow up on later, but it goes on to question the company's goals for purposes of this particular pilot effort. So just so that I can hear it from you as a lead policy witness for the company, I understand that the company's goals are the same as the commission's here, not just for lessons learned, but to make sure that we're finding a more productive way to set rates for both the utility and the customers of Maryland, recognizing, of course, that we're in a financially challenging time right now. So this isn't to use more generic language, an effort to pack the rate base with projects that may not necessarily be necessary.
Now, I'll state that unequivocally that we do not try to pack the rate base or stack up capital. What we try to do is to be the best utility that we can for our customers. And we think we have a really good track record that supports that. The reliability results that we've achieved, the performance improvements. One of the slides that I think was in the OPC exhibits as they were talking about the investor presentations, it benchmarked BGE relative to our peers going back several years ago, really prior to the merger, and the progress that we made in the key metrics that we identified to benchmark utilities. And, we moved from below the midpoint of the pack to the upper end of the region in a number of years. And so that is our goal, to serve customers well. We're proud of the fact that our customer satisfaction is at an all-time high, that we've been named by J.D. Powers as the top utility in the East region for both gas and electric business customers over the last 2 to 3 years. We have a lot of pride and focus on doing the absolute best job that we can for our customers. And yes, we try to produce good results and fair results for our shareholders as well. But the customer is number one. And all of the work that we do is to deliver on our goals to have a safe and reliable system.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Case. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional commissioner questions? Commissioner Herman.
Case, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Nice to see you again, Mr. Case.
Thank you.
Mr. Case, you talked about the impact of the increase in 23 as being, I believe, you said,
Herman, we're having difficulty hearing you.
Is that better?
Much
better.
Okay. Throw that away. Okay. Mr. Case, your testimony talks about a combined electric and gas residential customer seeing an 8.3% increase in 2023. That's on total bills, right?
That is on total bills.
Okay. And what's the distribution increase?
I don't know, and I know it's in our E&G sheets, and I could look it up, but it would be considerably higher than that.
Considerably higher than that, right?
Yep. So
I guess part of the discussion about multi-year rate plans is that they're meant to avoid cliffs, right? They're meant to avoid, instead of having stepped in a big increase, they're meant to sort of, gently increase over time. Given that we are, how is it that your proposal then is consistent with that process for a multi-year plan? Because we're going to go from a no increase to a significant increase in distribution.
Yeah, admittedly, this was a balancing act. Had it not been for the COVID situation, I don't think we would have proposed to accelerate the tax benefits or to extend the amortization of certain regulatory assets and the other adjustments that we made. So it was clearly a recognition that this is an extraordinary time and place, and we tried to design a plan that's sensitive to that. Even then, though, there is a degree of gradualism in that the third year increase is a bit moderated by some of the tax benefits being applied there. So it's not, the full impact. Had it been a completely non-COVID situation, we would have had, an increase in the first year and then another increase in the second year and an increase in the third year. And perhaps it would have been a bit smoother of a glide path. But even so, we've tried to design it with the rate increase occurring in year 3 to be responsive to that gradualism principle.
So, I mean, couldn't BGE have not filed a multi-year rate plan and just asked for a modification of the tax order where the TCJA was, originally was going to be over, I think, 15 years. Can't remember whether it was 15 or 30, frankly, at the top of my head. But couldn't you accomplish the same result that way? Mostly.
No, I don't think so. So the level of investments that we're making, in the $900 million range a year, that we've got to have some path to cost recovery of that. So simply doing a tax filing with the excess deferred, tax levels, that wouldn't have provided us the recovery that we needed for the baseline capital investments that we're making each year.
Okay. And of course, now dogs are barking, construction's going on. I apologize if you can hear all that. It's not my dog, so let's go with that. So, Mr. Case, you talked about with Mr. Cleaver and with Commissioner Linton about the level of investment and that you haven't, you're not padding the system in order to, increase rate base. But you also said when you were talking to Mr. Cleaver that you wouldn't make this level of investment without a multi-year plan. So I'm confused because I assume you would agree that BGE would provide, BGE's mandate is to provide safe and reliable service. And, whether or not you're in a regular rate case environment or a multi-year plan?
I would agree with that.
Absolutely. So what is it that's over and above providing safe and reliable service that you're doing for this in this multi-year plan that you, or that you're doing in the multi-year plan that you wouldn't do in a regular rate case environment?
Okay, and that wasn't the implication that I was trying to make in responding to Mr. Cleaver. I was simply saying that I thought his question was, could we just live with the rates from the prior case, the settled case, and not do anything else and be fine to go forward and get all these economic development benefits? And that's where I was saying no, that we would need either a multi-year rate plan or, pancaked rate cases, traditional rate cases, in order to be able to support the level of investment and system improvements that we're making. So I think a multi-year plan has as many benefits as has been, well documented in all the proceedings that led up to our filing and that we've reiterated in our filing. But we would not be able to go forward without some level of rate relief. And, we're a big fan of the multi-year being the better framework to go forward in. So hopefully that clarifies.
Okay, because you left off the part about the other rate case, being in a different rate case environment.
Yeah,
that part wasn't really discussed. So
okay.
Fair enough. So with respect to STRIDE, I thought staff's proposal was to avoid the possibility that BGE would recover more than $2 from residential customers. That's, because the STRIDE limits the recovery to $2, right?
Through the surcharge.
In a monthly surcharge. So I thought staff's proposal or staff's idea was they were concerned that there was a possibility that the company would recover more than that $2 a month. The equivalent of more than that $2 a month.
I'm not entirely certain if I know how to paraphrase staff's views about this. I know they talked about two different ways of doing it, similar to what the company has proposed as the alternatives in our view. At no point in time, just to clarify, was the company ever proposing to recover more than $2 a month through the surcharge mechanism. We've been proposing to, in the original application, to recover some dollars through the surcharge and other investments outside of the surcharge through base rates. And I think staff seem to have some angst about that dual means of recovery. And so that's where we saw the alternative of saying, one option is to suspend the surcharge and to entirely rely on the MYP framework, which, that wasn't around when the STRIDE statute was developed, right? This is, a new change within the last 12 months. The STRIDE surcharge and the STRIDE statute didn't, anticipate, I guess, alternative forms of rate making at that point in time. So we were really trying to come up with a solution that was consistent with the commission's order that talked about, how do we integrate these two to actually get increased benefit? And that was our original proposal. But recognizing that some of the parties have raised issues, we at least want to put on the table, there is an alternative that doesn't rely on dual recovery mechanisms.
Okay, but is it possible that BGE would be recovering more than the equivalent of more than $2 per customer per month? And that's what we're, if we're talking about STRIDE, then we have a statutory cap on that. So are we somehow getting around the cap by either of these proposals of yours?
I do believe that gets into a little bit of a legal argument, but putting aside a legal argument from a layman's perspective, I don't see it that way, right? The commission knows that BGE is doing replacement work above and beyond what STRIDE calls for. That was the subject of a lot of discussion in the last STRIDE proceeding that laid out a new 5-year plan. And, we were putting forward the case that we're at the tail end of the industry, which is not a comfortable place to be in our recovery pace. And we really want to be able to accelerate that. And that could either be done through the STRIDE surcharge mechanism, or it could be done outside of STRIDE. The commission made its decision, and they said, no acceleration with some exceptions, no acceleration within the STRIDE program, but the commission was aware, and the companies made it abundantly clear that we're doing additional work above and beyond STRIDE. So I think we have a track record of investing in the system independent of just what's recovered in the STRIDE surcharge. I don't see this as a brand new issue.
Okay. 1 second. So who should I talk to about the staff CWIP proposal?
Company witness Fajos.
Fajos, okay. And who should I talk to about the incremental cost of extending the amortizations?
That would be company witness Fajos. I mean, I'm generally familiar with the concept, but depending on what level of detail you wanted to get into, he is our expert.
Yeah, just as a preview, I'd like for Mr. Vajos, here's a preview for Mr. Vajos, about understanding. I would like to know what the incremental cost of extending all of the amortizations are. So Mr. Vajos is aware of that now. I'm sure he's listening. So my final question, Mr. Case, is I'm a little confused. It's kind of a chicken and egg argument. Does the company plan and then budget, or budget and then plan?
Well, I will again identify Mr. Vajos as the executive that has governance and oversight of our overall capital and O&M planning. I'm an executive that operates within that framework, and I can tell you there's a high degree of scrutiny that goes into any of our capital and operational planning. So we develop plans, and we cost out those plans, and then we go through prioritization processes to ultimately determine, what is our approved investment plan going to look like for a given year or a given period of time. So, if you want to get deeper into that, I will say Mr. Vajos is the best witness because he has the oversight of that process.
Okay. So actually, I have one more question. You say you're trying to be responsive to COVID, the economic situation and all of that, but why is there not reflected a reduction in new business, a reduction in in other parts? I understand and appreciate that you're trying to not increase bills, but why isn't there some reflection in your forecast, in your planning? Because it seems like everybody says, does this reflect a reduction due to COVID? And pretty much everybody said no, I thought. So why isn't that part of the forecast?
I guess in total, we just haven't come to that conclusion that there's going to be a dramatic shift in new business. And I know company witness Biagiotti will talk about that at greater length, but we are forecasting to the best of our ability what we project to happen. And, we're talking about also over a 3-year period that starts a few months from now. So based on everything we know, we stand by the projections that we have in our plan. We're not at a point where we have concluded that we should make a downward adjustment to our growth forecasts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Case. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Do any please wish to examine the witness based on the Commissioner's questioning and his responding answers?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Hearing none, the witness is excused but not dismissed, along with all other witnesses. Nobody will be dismissed until the conclusion of this hearing. So thank you, Mr. Case. This time we will take a lunch recess until 1:45 this afternoon, at which time I believe company witness Christopher Burden will take the stand. We're in recess until 1:45. Be back on the record in 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me and see me all right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Do we want to test your witness as well, Mr. Burton?
Yes, can you hear me?
Sounds very good.
Thank you.
We are back on the record in case number 9645. One witness down, 3 more to go. Mr. Pearson, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. BGE calls as its next witness, Mr. A. Christopher Burton.
Mr. Burton, if you could please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burton. Can you please state your full name, title, and business address for the record?
Sure. Adam Christopher Burton, Vice President, Gas Distribution, Baltimore Gas and Electric Company.
Mr. Burton, do you have before you a document entitled Prepared Direct Testimony of A. Christopher Burton on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated May 15th, 2020, consisting of 36 pages and 1 exhibit that was pre-marked for identification as BGE Exhibit 6?
I do.
Mr. Burton, do you also have before you a document entitled Prepared Rebuttal Testimony of A. Christopher Burton on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated September 11th, 2020, consisting of 34 pages and 9 exhibits that was pre-marked for identification as BGE Exhibit 7?
I do.
Were these testimonies prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections that you would like to make to these testimonies at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today as were asked of you in these testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And did you answer these questions and these testimonies to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to have BG Exhibits 6 and 7 moved into the evidentiary record.
BG Exhibits 6 and 7 are moved into evidence.
And Your Honor, we have no live rejoinder for this witness, so Mr. Burton is available for cross-examination.
We'll begin the examination with the Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Burton.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joe Cleaver. I'm from the Office of People's Counsel. We've met before. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
If I could, to begin, if I could ask you to turn to your rebuttal testimony and specifically to page 17.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. If you could go down to line 9. Well, before I specifically ask you about line 9, in this answer here, you're talking about project 58034, correct?
Yes, you're focusing on the non-stride main replacement project?
That's right. And I'm looking at line 9, and you state that this work accelerates the retirement of low-pressure infrastructure. Addressing low-pressure infrastructure remains a top priority for BGE as well as the Commission. Let me, sir, let me specifically ask you, what could you describe Project 58034, the non-stride main replacement work? Could you describe all the work that occurs within the confines of that project?
I guess what I would describe is that, it's part of a portfolio of work. And, when we look at our assets, whether it's our cast iron system or our low pressure system, and, they largely overlap there. We look at projects to continue to develop, to replace the system for safety and reliability purposes. Stride is the largest portion of that. But within the extent of, outside of Stride, and what we've always done is we've maintained the assets of our system. Some of those, some of the drivers of that could be the performance of systems, and at times we would actually be replacing main as part of our one of our other projects. I think gas infrastructure improvement. Sort of segment by segment or smaller jobs. But if an area becomes in need of replacement that is larger, it really gets into something with a larger or a more complex project. And that's when we would use this non-stride main replacement project. And we try to use that to handle outside of Stride some of the larger, more complex projects, as opposed to the segment by segment type of replacement.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. So is it fair to say that this non-stride main replacement project 58034, it's not limited to low pressure main replacement, correct?
I would say the criteria of it is not limited, but what we are doing from a prioritization perspective right now is really, targeting our low pressure system.
Okay. Just to be clear, this program, this non-stride main replacement project, it includes infrastructure replacement work other than low pressure main replacement, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, and as with any project, even with our stride projects, at times, just due to where it's located, there may be some main, some medium pressure that does get replaced as well. So, when we do some of the work, we're possibly retiring some of our regulator stations, and some of the more complex would impact both systems.
Thank you. And the company, whether inside of Stride or anywhere else, the company doesn't have a specific project or program that's entirely devoted to low pressure main replacement, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we have one project that's totally focused on low pressure. We're actually focused on low pressure as a normal course of business in all of our programs. We're taking that into consideration, both our inspection and maintenance programs, as well as our replacement programs, some of our valve replacement programs, all of them in some way, shape, or form, are considering, further safety of the existing low pressure system, or ultimately replacement and upgrade of the low pressure system.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burton. If I could ask you to go now to a data response that's attached to your rebuttal testimony. It's been labeled for purposes of being attached to your rebuttal as Company Exhibit ACB3. So your rebuttal testimony is a 50-page PDF. This is page 41 of the PDF.
Okay, and just to clarify, response to staff data request 45?
Yes, 4508.
Yes, okay.
And this question from staff asked you, among other things, and I'm focused on subpart C, to please forecast how many miles of low pressure system will exist each year from 2019 to 2023, given expenditures for conversions identified in BGE STRIDE and MYP plans. And in your answer to C, which is down on the next page, you explain here that in 2019, BGE finished the year with approximately 1,110. That's 1,110 miles of low pressure main after eliminating about 46 miles of low pressure main for the year. BGE expects to continue a similar pace of about 45 to 50 miles of low pressure system reduction each year through the MYP period. Do you see that?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that at that pace, the pace that's reflected in the MYP, that you're on about something like a 22-year, maybe if you do 50 miles a year, replacement schedule to eliminate low pressure main? Is that right?
So the current pace of replacement between STRIDE and what we're doing outside of STRIDE does, just doing the simple math, about 50 miles a year. But we're always looking for opportunities to, further to replace more low pressure infrastructure. And we would continue to look for those opportunities to retire faster.
Okay, thank you. Understood. But in this particular MYP and what's been proposed, the projected amount of low pressure main replaced in each given year of this MYP is, as you say here, 45 to 50 miles. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, our STRIDE program is approximately 48 miles of cast iron and bare steel replacement, and that is targeting low pressure. And incrementally, we're replacing additional, and that gets you to closer to 50 miles per year.
Thank you, sir. If I could, I'm going to go back up in your, staying with your rebuttal testimony. If I could take you to, with me a second here. Up to page 14 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
So here you're discussing case number 9468, and for the record, that's the company's second STRIDE proceeding before the commission in 2018, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you cite here in your testimony, I'm down now at page 14, line 22, and going on to page 15, you have a citation and a block quote for a question and answer that Mr. Case gave in that hearing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you cite this quote for the premise that you're responding to OPC witness Larkin Connolly, and you're saying that the company has already revealed its intention to do STRIDE type replacements outside of the STRIDE program. Is it correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question here. If I could now ask you to turn to, in your direct testimony, to the attachment to the testimony at the end, which is attachment ACB 1.
Okay, is there a certain page on this?
Sure. Specifically, I wanted to ask you about page, bear with me a second, sir. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a technical problem here. apologize, Your Honor. May I have the commission's indulgence for just a short time here? Having a bit of a technical problem.
Okay.
Be there in a second. I wanted to ask you about page 9, sir. I apologize for the delay.
Okay.
And the project that we were speaking about is in the middle of the page. You know, there's a number of projects listed, and specifically project 58034, non-stride corrective maintenance gas main replacements. Do you see that?
Project name, number 58034, correct?
Correct, yes. This is page 9 of Exhibit ACB1 attached to your direct testimony. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. According to this, this figure here, this table for that project, it looks like the company, the actual spend in 2019 on this project was $398,317. Is that right?
Correct.
Is this, let me ask you this question. When Mr. Case made that representation to the commission in 9468 BGE Stride 2 proceeding, the exchange that you cited in your rebuttal testimony that we went through, is this the place where that actual spending would have taken place? Would it have been within this project?
No, again, I think we need to, when we look at the gas plan, it's more of a portfolio. So I would say that, you know, again, 2019 was the first year of Stride 2. So when we were directed to have just 48 miles into Stride 2, you know, obviously we had been going through design and planning for many projects. So this was probably one of the areas. I think we would probably look at this one in conjunction with the gas infrastructure improvements project, project number 60666, which is on page 11 of 17 of this exhibit. So if you look, the 2019 spend on that was 31 million. And what we've done is basically taken, and sort of the balance of those two allows us to have a certain amount focused on non-stride replacement that's more focused in among the larger, more complex projects. And the combination of those two is really that body of work. One's probably the more complex, larger projects, similar to Stride. And the gas infrastructure improvements projects would be more what I would say segment by segment replacements, or some of the other works. And when I say segment by segment, an example of that would be where we actually have part of a gas main that has to be replaced, maybe a city block, and it needs to be replaced now, but it can't be upgraded because they don't have a higher pressure system there right now. So, you know, an Optimain type of project that we would have is replacing a low pressure with a low pressure, where the other opportunity about a more complex, larger project allows us to do a larger area and not only replace the cast iron system to reduce that risk, but also to do an upgrade to a higher pressure system.
Thank you. I appreciate that. For focusing on 2019, And going back to the project that you just cited me to on page 11, the very first project at the top on Exhibit ACB1, this 60666, was this 2019 actual spend amount of 31.1 million? Was that was any portion of that spent on low pressure main replacement?
I'm sure it was, yes.
Do you have a rough idea of how much?
No, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. And we've also established, going back up to page 9 of Exhibit ACB1, that this $398,000, some portion of that most likely would have been spent on low pressure main in 2019 for project 58034. Is that right?
Yes, it would be. I mean, again, we're focusing on some of the outmoded materials, both our cast iron and bare steel. 80% of that is low pressure, and we are trying to focus on the low pressure system from a prioritization perspective of the replacement of that asset.
Okay, thank you. And low pressure main is also replaced under the company's STRIDE program, correct?
Yes, I mean, the STRIDE program includes 48 miles of cast iron and bare steel, and we are focusing that on low pressure wherever we can.
Okay. Has the company considered proposing any change to its STRIDE program that the commission authorized in 2018 to carve out a category specifically for low pressure main replacements?
No, we really haven't done that. And, you know, again, part of it is it overlaps with the cast iron system. You know, the low pressure system was built a long time ago, and, you know, so I want to say if we have 1,100 miles of low pressure, you know, over 800 miles of that is cast iron. So, you know, we're doing both at the same time.
Thank you. Other than the two projects on Exhibit ACB1 that we've looked at and the company's STRIDE plan, is there anywhere else within the portfolio, to use the phrase that you've mentioned a couple times, is there anywhere else within the portfolio where we may be able to see dollars associated with low pressure main replacements?
Well, you know, so for example, the gas infrastructure improvements category that I mentioned, some of that would likely opportunistically replace smaller segments of low pressure main, you know, according to what it would be. Some of that is based on, you know, reliability history. And again, this could be shorter turnaround opportunities there. And, you know, some of our valve replacement programs do provide the opportunity to, you know, I would say eliminate small sections of low pressure just due to the nature of those jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Mr. Burton, if I could just I have one more question for you about Exhibit ACB1 attached to your direct testimony. If you could go back to page 9 and that discussion for on project 58034 non-STRIDE corrective maintenance gas main replacements. Let me know when you're back there.
I'm there.
Okay, so as we've discussed, the 2019 actual spend on that project was $398,000. The projected spend for 2020 goes up to 11 million, 2021 almost 12 million, 2022 12 million, and 2023 15 million. Has the company provided any breakdown in this case as to how much of those projected spend levels are associated with the replacement of low pressure main?
No, I don't think we have any specified number associated with that. other than the focus is the cast iron system, and the large majority of that is low pressure. And as we're looking to replace the cast iron system, we are focusing first on the low pressure. Sometimes just geographically, because there's medium pressure in the area, we would do some medium pressure cast iron at the same time. But there's just a significant overlap there.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Your Honor, I don't have any additional questions for the witnesses, and I don't have any exhibits to move in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Counsel for Commission staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burton.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple of questions for you, and they deal mainly with a response in a way to witness case this morning. So if the maybe we could call it the all-in MYP stride approach were developed, would that change, was not only developed but was adopted by the commission, would that change anything about the way you do your work?
I don't think so. I mean, we've developed a plan, both our stride plan as well as our other, our non-stride plan, to ensure the reliability and safe operation of the gas distribution system. We've looked at customer needs, we've looked at regulatory changes and pending regulatory changes and innovations, and put together a comprehensive plan. So we believe that from a stride perspective, those assets are outmoded and need to be replaced, and we would continue to put forward that plan to continue to replace that system.
Would it change the amount of projects that you presented to the commission as things that you intended to complete?
Well, I would say that right now, within the MYP, that 3-year plan is the last 3 years of Stride 2. And within their Stride 2 plan, we are focused on 48 miles of our cast iron bare steel, as well as our 3/4-inch service renewal program. So we're focused on continuing to do that as part of our Stride 2. That's in our plan, and that's what's reflected in the MYP.
Okay. You presented, the MYP presents us with actuals for the test period, but everything in the bridge period is said to be forecasted. Do you intend to present us with a completed list of projects that are just that complete at the end of this case, or at the end of the year at some point?
I guess in terms of what we presented, it was our plan for 2020, and you were fully committed to executing on that plan for 2020.
You can just give me a minute, Your Honor. Mr. Clemenson offered some testimony about, I think they'd be called performance standards for gas. Do you agree that the LP small ns standard is in the control of the utility?
So I guess the way I would answer that is I did look at Mr. Clemenson's testimony, and I would say that, and I think LP&S's locating practice is not sufficient. And that's one cause for a dig-in or a damage to a facility, be it an electric facility or a gas utility. I think that, air damage prevention program is it's a comprehensive program. And it includes, not only marking assets to ensure that they're not dug into, but it also includes marketing and advertising and communication with the public and with the excavator community to make sure that we get those calls so people are not digging where markings have not occurred from a safety perspective and a reliability perspective, as well as meeting with excavators to ensure they follow safe digging practices when it has been marked correctly. So locating practice is not sufficient. Yes, that is in the control of the utility, but I also think the education of others, the excavators and the public, is also a factor. And I think in my my rebuttal testimony, I talked about the overall performance or damage prevention performance, which has been in top quartile for many years.
But this is a factor that it is, you agree it's in the control of the utility?
Yes.
And would focusing on LP&S negatively affect the other scores that Mr. Clemenson talked about? Well, Mr. Clemenson offered, he discussed several things on which you are scored and on which BGE had performed admirably. And he said, but this is NP&S is in the control of the utility, and they should work on that. And you asked him to look at other things. And my question is, this is not part of an aggregate score, is that correct?
So I think the point I was making in my rebuttal testimony was that, and I subject to check, overall air damage prevention performance, air metrics in terms of number of dig-ins or damages per 100 miles or per 100,000 or per 1,000 locates is in the top quartile, actually top decile. So the basis is very low. Locating practice is not sufficient is one portion of that. And I do believe we ought to be doing things to improve our performance there, but I think that what was stated was a percentage of total as opposed to a relative number basis.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Do you cross-examine witness? Herson, do you have any redirect for your witness?
I do not have any redirect, Your Honor.
The commissioner's questions for this witness? Here, none. The witness is excused.
Hold on.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
That's okay. You didn't give me, I didn't get my hand out onto the monitor fast enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Burton.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Herman.
Mr. Burton, given that the company hasn't made any concessions or adjustments in response to testimony in this case, and given Mr. Case's acknowledgement that BGE doesn't anticipate getting everything that it has requested, I believe the capital for your part of the case is for 2022, for example, is $324 million. I believe that was on page 1 of 17 of your exhibit.
I have that here, yes.
Okay. So, what would BGE, how would you adjust your plan if the commission said hypothetically 300 million instead of 324 million in that year? We want rates to reflect 300 million instead.
Again, we put together what this plan is based on what we think needs to be done and can be done with the resources, the balancing of resources across our system. You know, we would have to go and look at the makeup of those projects to see, you know, what, if anything, could be deferred. But, you know, we believe that this is the work that's needed to be done for the safe and reliable operation of the gas system. You know, from a capital perspective, that includes, you know, in large body, over half of this is the STRIDE investment, which is the 48 miles, as well as the replacement of the services, the 3/4 services. Other aspects of this are some of the capacity expansion work for maintaining pressure on the system and building towards the next level of STRIDE work, and our other replacement work. So we believe this is the plan that's necessary right now.
Okay. So I asked Mr. Case this question as well. What comes first, planning or budgeting?
So, I mean, from an operating VP perspective, we start with the plans that are needed to serve our customers. That could be, you know, from a capacity expansion perspective, it's where we have signals about new load growth that's coming in, or it could be where we're seeing growth on the system that requires increased pressure, or from a reliability perspective, you know, doing work that can continue to improve reliability to make sure we don't have outages, or make sure that we're not having issues associated with that. We also look at regulatory changes, whether they be mandates from a state perspective or from federal regulatory changes, and then industry best practices. So all of those plans come first, and we cost out those plans to develop a portfolio of work. I would say that it is iterative because, you know, you put all of that work out there, but you may not be able to get the resources to do it all, or geographically, it may not make sense to be able to do all of that in one area at one time. So that's where the iterative process is, to balance that out and determine what the resulting budget would be. And you'll see in our plan that there are things that go up and down each year, depending upon the needs or the ability to get resources to do that work in a certain year.
Okay, thanks. Do you have Mr. Larkin Connolly's testimony there with you?
I have some of it printed out, but I could probably get it online if I needed to.
Okay. How about his direct testimony? You have that?
Yes, I may not have exhibits, but I do have the direct testimony.
Okay. I'm looking at page 40.
And I would not have that one printed, I'm sorry. So let me see if I can find that.
All right, well, hold on, let me see. 58034. Oh, well, let's look at page 9 of your, you were talking to Mr. You were talking to OPC. Sorry about that. Mr. Cleaver, you left me for a second. You were talking to Mr. Cleaver about that. Page 9 of 17 of your exhibit 1.
Okay.
Okay. He shows that you've got like 400,000 and then 11, 11, 11, and 12. So, you know, that's like just such a big change.
Yeah.
What's your response to his feeling that what you're doing is you're trying to go beyond STRIDE? You know, here's an opportunity to take what's not in your current STRIDE plan, and then, you know, just sort of toss it on in there because, you know, earlier than maybe you would have under a typical rate case.
So I guess 2 points. First, I would say that I think looking at 58034 non-strike corrective maintenance gas main replacement in isolation is not how we look at it. We look at it as part of portfolio. And while it's true that that goes up from 400,000 to 11 million in 2020, one of the corresponding projects, 60666, gas infrastructure improvements on page 11, that was 31 million in 2019 and then goes down to 20.8 million in 2020. So I would say that 58034 is a project that's been created to sort of focus attention on that aspect of our work. And from a portfolio, we've moved money from one to the other. It's still the same work, but it allows us to do more larger scale replacement work and focus it there, as opposed to what's in the 60666. In terms of doing it outside of STRIDE, we've always been focused and we've always done work outside of STRIDE for main replacement work. And we've been very transparent with the commission to actually include that in our filings as part of STRIDE. And we do an annual filing in terms of the amount of infrastructure that's left from all of our assets each year. So we continue to focus on that. So, I don't think that we're trying to do it outside of STRIDE. We've always been doing it, and we've given a signal that it is outmoded material, and it is part and parcel of what we need to do. The other part is that because we're focusing on the replacement of those assets, we get less leaks throughout the time. So we've actually put into our plan a reduction of our corrective maintenance budget as we reduce those aged assets. So we've not only just included the replacement work, we've actually decreased our capital and our O&M plans associated with the forecasted reduction of leaks.
Right, and I'm not implying that, I don't want to imply that we shouldn't make these, important replacements, but we also the commission have to balance rates as well as, the need to do that. It's not an easy balance, but it's something that we have to do. I'm also looking at page, I'm looking at page 55, but the IT projects, he seemed to have some concerns that there weren't specifics. It was just sort of, we're just going to spend this money on IT. So do you have any response to that argument by Mr. Larkin Connolly?
Yeah, I think that's probably better for one of the other witnesses. And I'm not sure who's speaking to the IT projects. I'm not sure which, but that's probably better for one of the other witnesses.
Okay. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Burton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wasn't going to ask a question, but now I got to make sure I understand something based on the question Commissioner Herman asked you about ACB 1, page 9. That project name, 58034, non-strike corrective maintenance column on ACB 1, page 9, does jump from about 400,000 to 11 million year over year, 2019 to 2020. But is part of that attributable to the Merrimack Valley, Andover, North Andover experience and loss of life and a loss of a utility actually in Massachusetts? Isn't that part of the reason why that jumps up there?
Well, certainly following that event, we looked at all of our programs and looked at the opportunity we had to continue to focus all of our programs on, reduction of our low pressure system or additional safety enhancements on our low pressure system. And that really led us, as opposed to doing, I'll say segment by segment, opportunities, to try to create, where we could, larger, more complex jobs that did get the low pressure system reduced quicker. So certainly that had an influence on it, as it did on some of our other programs as well.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to check. It's true we do have to balance the interests of the utility against the rates and the ratepayers. We also have to be mindful of the system improvements with regarding safe delivery of such services too. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do council have any questions for the witness based on the resulting answers from the commissioners?
No questions, Mr. Chairman, but I just wanted to let Commissioner Herman know that company witness Vahos is the correct witness to address IT questions.
Sounds like everything is for witness Vahos. Witness Burden, thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
The company may call their next witness.
Yes, thank you. The company calls company witness Ajit Apte as our next witness.
Mr. Apte, if you could please turn on your camera and raise your right hand.
Yeah, first of all, can you hear me, Chairman?
We can.
Okay.
There we go. Just stand by for a moment.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Apte. Please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Ajit Apte. My business address is 2900 Lord Baltimore Drive, Baltimore, Maryland.
And your business title with the company?
I'm Vice President of Technical Services for the company.
Mr. Apte, do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Ajit Apte, in this case dated May 15, 2020, consisting of 20 pages, one attachment, which has previously been marked for identification purposes as Company Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you also have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Ajit Apte, dated September 11, 2020, consisting of 42 pages that has been previously marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 9A, which is the public document, and 9B, which is the confidential document?
I do.
Were company exhibits 8, 9A, and 9B prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review company exhibits 8, 9A, and 9B?
Yes.
Do you have any revisions or corrections to any of those documents?
No, I don't.
And Mr. Apte, if I were to ask you today the same questions that were asked in connection with your sworn testimony, exhibits 8, 9A, 9B, would your responses be the same?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move into evidence company exhibits 8, 9A, 9B, and just note for the record that 9B is the confidential version.
So noted. BGE exhibits 8, 9A, and 9B are moved into evidence.
Mr. Apte is now available for examination.
Well, in the examination by Office of People's Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Apte. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, Mr. Cleaver.
Hello. As you just heard, my name is Joe Cleaver. I'm from the Office of People's Counsel. If I could begin, if I could ask you to go to your direct testimony at page 5.
Yes, I am there.
And there's a chart there. Oh, bear with me a sec, Mr. Apte. I apologize. There's a chart there identified as Table 1 that lists capital spend by category. Are you there?
Yes, I am there.
At line 10. And if you look at this chart, it looks like of all these, it looks like 6 different categories of activities or work for the company. The one with in some years the highest amount, well, maybe second highest amount, a significant percentage of the work is capacity expansion distribution, the very first line. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. And other than the distribution category, which is 4 down, it appears to be the most significant category of spend that's projected, of electric spend that's projected for this case, correct?
Yes, I see that.
Right. Would you agree? There were some questions earlier today that Commissioner Herman asked to Mr. Case for BGE regarding, changes that the company may have declined to make or may make in the future to account for the unfolding situation with the pandemic. Did you hear those questions?
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah. Of all these categories of spend here, is it fair to say that capacity expansion distribution would be the most susceptible to an economic downturn?
We need to think through different angle, in the sense that we understand there is COVID going on, but we also need to see what our customers are saying us and we meet with them on a very regular basis. So we take those customers' responses into account when we plan these capital budgets. So that's the reason we think it's still valid, whatever spend we have planned, based on whatever responses we see from the customers.
Thank you, Mr. Apte, and that's helpful. I appreciate that. And I understand that the company's view at present, at least, is that it hasn't seen anything to cause it to change its plan. But I was speaking more as simply as a possibility. Would you agree that capacity expansion, which typically entails, as it sounds like, the need for more capacity due to business expansion or expansion in other areas, is one of the categories, if not the category, that's most susceptible to an economic downturn that could occur in the future as a result of the situation with the pandemic right now?
There's certainly a possibility, but not a guarantee.
Understood. Thank you. And in your testimony, you even mentioned that if load growth projections change, then capital requirements can change, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. One of the primary drivers of the capacity expansion spend that's been presented in this case is the Port Covington project, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to, on this particular point, I would like to refer you to the company's response to OPCDR 36.5. And Mr. Chairman, I have marked this as OPC Exhibit 26. I just emailed this to Ms. Fuston and copied the parties as well as Mr. Johnston just about 10 or 15 minutes ago. This is, still late developing cross outline. I apologize for not getting it in sooner, but I have sent that around now. So do the commissioners have that?
We do not. So this is a new exhibit marked as OPC 26. What we do not have a copy of that. Mr. Secretary, have you received a copy?
I have, and I just sent it to everyone's email.
Okay, Commissioners, stand by. There we go. We got it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, there were actually two new exhibits I marked. They were both attached to the same email, 26 and 27. Just to be clear, I may ask about 27 momentarily.
I'm sorry, if I could just ask, what exhibit is this? What's the DR that you're asking about?
Mr. Ralph, it's the company's response to OPC data request 36.5.
Okay.
And it's been marked as OPC Exhibit 26, and it was just sent around to the parties just about 10 or 15 minutes ago, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Mr. Apte, do you have access to the company's response to OPC data request 36.5?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This is a request that is a response that you're the sponsor of, and it concerns the Port Covington project, correct?
I'm opening that up.
Oh, sure. Let me know when you're there and have had a chance to take a look at this, and I'll proceed.
I have that, Mr. Cleaver.
Okay, this is a data response from the company that addresses the Port Covington project, and you're the sponsor of this answer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and there's a number of questions in this sub-questions in this data request that ask about conversations that you've had with the developer, whether there have been changes to the timeline, and you provide answers to those questions. And specifically, I'd like to refer you to subpart C, where you explain that the company and the developer have continued to meet on a periodic basis, and you describe what the conversations consist of, and then down in subpart D, you indicate that the schedule has been a topic of discussion, but the developers continuing to actively work towards these replacements. And in subpart E, you indicate there have been no updates to the load schedule. Let me ask this question. Again, referring back to Commissioner Herman's question for Mr. Case about changes that potential changes to the plan. Mr. Case, I believe he said something along the lines of, as part of his response, that we haven't seen anything yet that would cause us to pull back on any of these programs or to make any major changes. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes, I do.
But let me ask you, in a scenario like this, where the company is in communication with a developer, is there any difference in terms of how the company may approach this, because the company is being responsive to what someone else is saying about their conclusions about whether or not they plan to proceed forward?
Can you please repeat the question, Mr. Cleaver?
Sure. In a scenario such as this, with and by this I mean the Port Covington project, where the company is being responsive to the plans of a developer, if the company were to see certain indicators to suggest that this project is questionable, but yet the developer continued to say that we're on schedule, would there come a time that the company may suggest a reconsideration of the project?
So, of course, we meet with the customers on a regular basis, and if the customers and the developers are saying that this is their plan, we have to go based on what they are suggesting. If developers change in future their growth patterns, growth programs, of course, we would adjust accordingly. So far, we have not seen that, and we continue to plan accordingly.
Okay. And you explained in response to one of my earlier questions that you have to listen to customers, and that's the way that the planning process works. Let me ask you, in light of the movement to a multi-year rate plan in Maryland, where there are multiple years of rates being proposed to the commission, would the company, or has the company modified that approach to assessing the likelihood that a program will go forward as planned by a developer?
So if I understand, you're asking the question, if developers' plans change, depending upon the changes, would we adjust the plans? Is that what you're asking, Mr. Cleaver?
I was going to ask you that question eventually. I'll ask that question now. Go ahead.
So we, of course, are, as I previously mentioned, we are in constant touch with the developers and the customers, and we see what their plans are. Keep in mind that these all investments are very long-term investments. So we have to plan based on that, and how MYP would feature into that and how that will change. Some of these items can certainly be answered better by witness Mr. Wahos. So, but we would certainly take into consideration the developers' plans and the changes accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Apte. If I could ask you to turn to your rebuttal testimony now at to page 15.
I'm there.
I'm looking at line 16 on page 15.
Yes.
The question states that OPC witness Stevens testifies that the justification for projects in the process you just described lack quantified support. And then the question to you is, do you agree? And your answer is no. And you say that Mr. Stevens has selected isolated phrases from presentations, and you go on from there. Let me ask you though, Mr. Apte, you're aware that Mr. Stevens and Mr. Alvarez in their panel testimony in this case recommend that the commission make changes or disallowances to a number of the company's programs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and one of those is the 4KV elimination program, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. For that specific program, the company hasn't provided any quantification of the reliability benefits or the savings to customers and performed a cost-benefit analysis that's been presented in this case, correct?
So when we take these investments into consideration, cost benefit, we can't just look all these capital investments only from cost benefit analysis perspective. There are many other things which we have to consider, which includes, of course, the safety, the reliability, the environmental impacts. So, we consider all these and what our customer expect and the impacts to the customer. So when we plan our capital plan, we consider all these aspects and not just focus on cost benefit.
Understanding your answer that you don't only focus on cost benefit, do you agree that the company hasn't provided any cost-benefit analysis with respect to this program in this case?
I think it's more nuanced than this, Mr. Cleaver. You would see a lot of cases where we have all these capital investments, major capital investments, what we have provided alternatives, and when we go through the alternatives, we do see and pick which is most prudent and pick that and perform that particular plan. So I wouldn't say that we do not consider the cost benefit analysis in such case. So we do that and we go through the multiple alternatives and pick the best one.
Is there I'll limit the question for now to the 4 kV elimination program. Is there anywhere, whether in this case or somewhere else within the company, a documented cost-benefit analysis that quantifies the reliability benefit and the savings associated with the projects within that program?
It's basically case by case. Again, if we go back to the 4 kV, since you're specifically asking about the 4 kV, right? The 4 kV program has been going on for past so many years, and to look at the 4 kV program and the impacts to the customers only in the future part, we don't think it's prudent to look at it that way and just look at the cost benefits for the remaining customers right now, because keep in mind, the customers who are on 4 kV, they have been paying the cost for the previous 4 kV conversions. So to look at only X number of thousand of customers who are on 4 kV and we are spending some amount on 4 kV conversions just for those customers, we don't think it's the right way to look at it, because keep in mind that they are towards the later part and they have paid costs in the past. So we have to look at it as a wholesome program and think it that way.
Okay. I understand that what you've explained, and I thank you for that. I appreciate it. Let me ask it this way. At the inception of the program, or before the inception of the program, was there undertaken by the company a cost-benefit analysis that quantified the reliability benefit and the savings associated with the program relative to cost of the program?
So we looked at safety, we looked at reliability, we looked at how the customers would benefit by this program. We looked at all these angles and then embarked on this program at the beginning of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Apte. And I don't doubt that you looked at a number of different issues before you embarked on the program, but I'm specifically asking whether the company undertook a quantification of the reliability benefits and the savings associated with the program relative to the cost of the program.
So again, just looking at cost benefit, no, I don't think we had that, and we don't look at it that way. We look at multiple factors, which I just previously explained, and then go for the programs based on that, not just on cost benefit. Yes, and that would be my answer.
Thank you, Mr. Apte. And would the same be true of the, well, strike that, let me back up a minute. Another significant program about which Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens make recommendations to the commission, specifically that the disallowance recommendations, is the planned cable replacement program, correct?
Correct.
Same question that I just asked about the 4 kV program, about the planned cable replacement program. Before embarking on that program or beginning it, did the company undertake a a cost-benefit analysis where it attempted to quantify the reliability benefits and the savings associated with the program relative to costs?
Pure cost benefit. Now, I wouldn't call pure cost benefit as the only way. Again, it's similar to 4KB. We didn't look at it only on pure cost benefit analysis and the advantages related to that. We have to look at what our customer expectations are. We have to look at the reliability aspect. We have to look at the safety aspect. We have to look at the environmental impact aspects. We have to look at all these major aspects. Plus, in pursuit of how we want to excel as a utility and serve our customers, we can't just look at only the cost part of it. Our customers expect top-notch service and reliability and safety from us. They compare us not only to the utility industry, they compare us with other companies which they interact with. They compare us to Amazon's, FedEx's, and how they are reliable. They expect the same kind of services from us. So thinking it only on cost benefit, I don't think it's prudent to go that route, because we have to meet not only our customer expectations, we have to meet our regulatory responses. So we have to consider all those aspects, and we certainly plan our capital plan very prudently, thinking in a big picture way rather than just looking at one aspect.
Thank you for that answer. It is helpful. I appreciate it. You mentioned early in that answer that you just provided, you mentioned customer expectations. In the context of this discussion, I infer that you meant from that customer expectations with respect to reliability, correct?
Reliability, safety, they want us to be good stewards of our environment. So all those, it's not just one angle, right?
Mr. Apte, would you also agree, however, that another customer concern, maybe not all customers share, but most, is the rates that they pay on their utility bills, right?
That's part of it. But if you study the JD Power, right, the customers also expect from reliability standpoint, that is one of the major aspect in the customer satisfaction what JD Power studies, and so that is part of the equation as well.
If the underlying goal is reliability, wouldn't it be prudent to undertake a cost-benefit analysis and to try to quantify that reliability so that the company can determine if there's some other program that may be more helpful with respect to reliability relative to cost?
But is reliability the only concern? Is my thought that there is beyond reliability, which includes, of course, safety, the environmental stewardship, what we have. So all that, and when we say safety, means that includes our employees, our customers, our contractors, all of it.
Thank you, Mr. Apte. Just going through these, just a couple more. Mr. Apte, you're also aware that another significant program of the company's that Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens speak to in their panel testimony and recommend commission action on, specifically disallowance, is the substation transformer replacement program, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, I would ask the same question about that program that I've asked about the other two. Before beginning that program, did the company undertake any kind of cost-benefit analysis under which it attempted to quantify the reliability benefit and the savings associated with the program relative to cost?
So when we embarked on the program, we looked at multiple aspects again. Certainly reliability. We also looked at which particular customers, the criticality of the customers, these particular substations would support. So when we decided on which particular transformers to replace, we looked at all those angles. And in case if there were multiple transformers, if they would have gone out at the same time, would we be able to bring and support multiple outages without having significant impacts to our customers and our critical customers? So all that was considered before we started this program, and it was prudently decided based on, again, multiple aspects, the testing, the corrective maintenance history, and few others as well, to decide and plan which ones to go after.
Thank you. And lastly, the last program I'm going to ask you about that Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens address in their testimony is the Distribution Substation Physical Security Program. Again, I would ask just the same question. Has the company undertaken any cost-benefit analysis quantifying reliability benefit and savings relative to costs associated with that program?
So for that program, we study, of course, the NERC standards, and we looked at those standards. We quantified our substations based on various criteria, which of course include the criticality of critical customers, which the substation feeds and supports, the number of customers. We looked at the safety aspects, because keep in mind, when we are going and tightening up the security of the substations, we have to look at our customer safety as well, in case if someone intrudes and has any physical damage, not only to the asset but themselves as well. And in addition, if any specific equipment was damaged which could cause environmental harm, we have to consider all that, and based on all that we decided which substations to go after.
Thank you. Just to clarify something you just said, you're not saying that that there's a NERC standard that requires that program as it's been presented in this case, are you?
No, not for the distribution, but we use a good predefined standard and basically reuse that. Keep in mind, when any safety incidents are going to happen, and any person is going to enter the substations, they are not necessarily thinking, oh, this is a transmission substation or this is a distribution substation. They could not necessarily think that way. So we have to consider, we basically applied the same principles and reuse the same principles, which were very logical, and use that on the distribution side as well.
What about specifically for this substation security program? What about any kind of probability analysis that would have looked at the likelihood of a potential attack and measured that as compared to costs?
I would like to draw your attention to some publications which we had shared, where we mentioned, and you can see that, especially the Electricity Information Sharing Analysis Center, you can see that the number of security incidents have been increasing. So we think it's prudent to secure our assets before any incidents occur, rather than starting a program after any incidents have occurred. These substations feed our critical customers, hospitals, military installations, government installations, schools, pumping stations. There are so many. So we have to be proactive in this sense, rather than waiting on an incident to happen and then go after securing these installations.
Thank you, Mr. Apte. Your Honor, may I have the Commission's indulgence for a moment, just reviewing notes?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor. I would ask that what has been marked as OPC Exhibit 26 be moved into the evidentiary record in this case, which is the company's response to 3605, OPCDR 3605.
Hearing no objection, what's been marked as OPC Exhibit number 26 is moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Apte.
We'll
Thank you.
turn to counsel for commission staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Apte. I'm Michael Dean, staff attorney, and I will just have a few questions for you. In your direct testimony on page 14, you start to discuss the $25 million per year capital spending program for upgrading the 4 kV system equipment to 13 kV. At line 8 on page 14, you state that this conversion provides safety improvements. Could you expand on this? What do you mean by safety improvements?
Good afternoon, Mr. Dean. Yes, certainly. So you have to keep in mind that from safety improvements perspective, this particular system is very old. These systems have old equipment, which includes oil circuit breakers, oil switches. So, and these equipments being very old are susceptible to damages. And if they have damages, it could impact our employees, contractors, and in certain cases, even customers. So that's the safety improvements which we are talking about in this situation.
Thank you. Continuing on this, on page 29 at lines 7 through 10, you note the safety risks associated with operating and maintaining obsolete equipment and rebuilding the system to the latest safety standards. By this, are you testifying that the older 4 kV system does not meet current electrical safety standards?
Sorry, Mr. Dean, which particular page and which line you're referring to?
I'm sorry, I tried to trick you. I'm referring to your rebuttal testimony, page 29.
Okay. Let me go there.
And let me also state that I'm on audio only due to the low bandwidth here in Dundalk.
I can hear you clearly, no issues there at all. And I'm on page 29. Could you please repeat?
On lines 7 through 10, in discussing safety risks associated with the 4 kV system, are you stating here that the older 4 kV system does not meet current electrical safety standards?
So some of the standards, keep in mind that these are very old systems and the standards certainly have been revised. So in some cases, certainly possible that some of these safety standards are not met 100%. I'll have to look which specific, and I don't remember top of my hand which specific standards are met or not met.
Thank you. And by that answer, does that also indicate that the safety standards themselves do not require updating or upgrading equipment when the safety standards themselves change?
So we do it on a very prudent basis, and we think through the costs in all cases as well, and see which particular equipment needs upgrading, and based on that we decide how to move forward.
Thank you. Turning to page 30 of your rebuttal testimony, you have a map here of Baltimore showing where some of the 4 kV systems are located. At the current rate of spending $25 million per year, how many years will it take to update the 4 kV system to 13 kV?
Our target is to get all the 4 kV converted by 2028. However, beyond 23, what spend do we have? That may not necessarily be $25 million if you are referring to that, but our target is through 2028.
Thank you. Do you believe this rate of replacement and upgrading of the system is consistent with the safety and reliability that you have testified in your pre-filed testimony, as well as your discussion of the underserved communities that most of the system is in?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat your question, Mr. Dean?
Thank you. I'll probably say it better this time. At this schedule of completion, would you say that that's consistent with the concerns about safety and reliability that you've testified about, as well as your discussion of the underserved communities that the 4 kV system serves, which is discussed on pages 29 through 31 of your rebuttal testimony?
Mm-hmm.
What?
The reliability and safety, and so other customers.
Now,
they can hear you.
Are you, Mr. Dean, are you asking about if these 4 kV installations which are situated here, if they meet the safety standards? Again, I'm sorry, I may be asking you to repeat the question, but I'm just trying to understand a little better.
I'll rephrase it. You just testified that you believe that the 4 kV system work will be completed sometime after 2028.
By 2028, yes.
And you've also testified that the 4 kV system has significant, that's my term, significant reliability and some safety concerns with it, correct?
Certainly reliability concerns from safety standards perspective, they do meet the safety standards, but certainly reliability concerns, yes, as compared to 13 kV, and the data shows that. Our customer complaints and reliability of our 4 kV system is not as good as 13 kV system.
And on pages 29 through 31, you also note that the 4 kV system tends to be in areas considered to be underserved communities, is my paraphrase of your testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct. The current 4 kV system, more of the current 4 kV system is in those areas as compared to the previous 4 kVs.
Okay. Given all of this, would you say that the schedule of replacement of the 4 kV system, upgrading it to the 13 kV system, is consistent with all these concerns?
So we have to think through all angles and look at the entire capital plan. And based on that, we think it is fair what we have. That does not mean that if requirements change or regulations change, we won't be able to adjust accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. My last set of questions, going back to your direct testimony, on page 16 of your direct testimony at lines 1 through 2, you know BGE replaces substation transformers at a rate of about 2 to 4 per year?
That is correct.
And on page 18, at lines 14 through 15, you mentioned an increase in O&M spending for substations in 2021 through 2023 caused by the initiation of a proactive transformer replacement program. Are you speaking about the same program here?
That is correct.
When did the proactive transformer replacement program start?
So we are starting next year, 2021. So the planning part of it, the designing part of it, all that has been we just started that, and will go through 2023 in the MYP period.
Is the lead time and procurement an issue in the replacement of these transformers?
That is certainly one of the factors, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Do any additional counsel have cross-examination for this witness? Mr. Ralph, do you have any reader?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just a couple questions. Mr. Apte, Mr. Cleaver asked you about the 4 kV system conversion, which OPC is recommending a disallowance, a complete disallowance. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. When did that conversion process begin? Is that something new that we're proposing now, or is that when did that begin?
If I recollect, that started at least a decade ago. I don't remember the exact date, but it has been going on for quite some years.
Okay. And how much of that program is left to complete the conversion that's presented in the MYP?
We have, I think, 9 substations which are yet to be done.
If I were to, and this is just a rough estimate, but out of 100%, what percentage of substations are still left to be converted over to 13 kV that's currently still remaining?
It's not a big number from percentage wise. Again, I don't remember the exact percentage number.
Okay. Those customers that haven't yet had their system converted to the more modern 13 kV, have those customers been paying for the upgrades that all other customers on the system have been enjoying?
That is correct. So I've been paying for.
Your Honor, may I? I'm sorry, Mr. Apte, to interrupt you. I object, Your Honor. I think this has gone beyond the scope of the cross-examination. The cross-examination was focused on the cost-benefit analysis or lack thereof associated with this program. These points could have been raised on redirect in response to OPC's pre-filed testimony, and I do believe that the questions have now gone beyond the scope of the cross.
I agree with you, Mr. Cleaver, so I'll sustain the objection.
I do have one question that I believe is connected to the cross-examination by Mr. Cleaver. And that's on back to the two programs that OPC is recommending disallowance for that they asked you about cost-benefit analysis. You mentioned in response to Mr. Cleaver several reasons why it's important that these programs continue. Are there any standards that the Commission has set that BGE is required to meet that these programs address?
So the reliability standards in case 9353, we have to meet those standards, and these programs support meeting those standards.
And do we report this work to the Commission?
Yes, we do.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. We'll take questions from the commissioners now, beginning with Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Apte, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to ask you about some planning processes. You might have heard me ask Mr. Case a little bit about how things either have changed or will change due to the multi-year rate plan with regard to distribution system planning. So how did things change internally with regard to distribution system planning, preparing for this case as a base rate case as opposed to the previous one that was a historic test year? What changed internally?
So Commissioner O'Donnell, sorry, there is an echo. As far as the distribution planning process is concerned, we were planning keeping our customers' needs in mind, keeping the regulatory requirements in mind previously, and we would continue certainly to do so even during the MYP period. And we have planned our programs and projects accordingly. So there is no change as such in our planning process. It's very prudently done now, and it was done prudently previously as well.
Well, I'm thinking more along the lines of things have to change with regard to transparency. I think everybody acknowledges that there has to be more sharing of information, and maybe even more importantly, what previously had not occurred was taking into account stakeholder input into the planning process. And I want to know how that changed or how it's going to change going forward, because things have to be different. If there's going to be more of a symmetrical sharing of information, that means giving up some of your exclusivity with regard to planning the system of the future.
Sure, and we have shared a lot of information in the process, and we would certainly continue to do so as required. And if I recollect, there is a hearing on this where I think other parties would be called in as part of PC 54. So we would be happy to share and participate in the process and expect and hear from others, whatever the need be.
Very good. I'm very interested in how this develops and how it's impacted by these multi-year rate plans, because I think there's a direct relationship and a direct tie. So thank you for that response, and we'll see how this plays out going forward and maybe have the opportunity to learn from this pilot. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any additional commissioner questioning? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Apte. I'm going to ask you a question similar to what I asked Mr. Burton, but I hope I ask it a little bit better this time. And I'll be brilliant by the time we're done. Mr. Apte, I'm looking at page 1 of 44 of your Exhibit 1.
Let me pull that up.
In your direct testimony?
Yes, I have that, Commissioner Herman.
Okay, thank you. I see in the chart on the top of the page, for 2020 and 2021, you have 218 million and 217 million listed there. If the commission ordered that BGE should have a revenue requirement based on 200,000 in each of the 200 million in each of those years, would BGE still provide safe and reliable service to customers?
Can't necessarily answer the question regarding the revenue requirement. I think it would be best answered by Ms. Warhouse. As far as the plan, what we have put through in this MYP, our belief is that we would need to complete those programs and projects to provide safe and reliable service for our customers.
So let me ask it a different way. If the commission doesn't give you all of everything that you asked for, are you saying you're unable to provide safe and reliable service?
There's certainly chances that we won't necessarily be able to meet some of the reliability aspects. Again, it depends on which specific parts we do or we don't do. Our belief is we have prudently planned all the projects and the programs to provide the safe, reliable service which our customer expect and to meet the regulatory requirements.
So I'm a little concerned with your response, because what you're saying is that if the commission doesn't give you everything that you asked for, then you're not sure that you can provide safe and reliable service to customers.
So that is part of it, Ms. Herman, Commissioner Herman. We'll have to see what is allowed and what is not, and depending upon that, replan. So can't necessarily answer a hypothetical question based on that.
Are you expecting the commission to approve each and every individual item in Exhibit 1 of your testimony? Are you expecting that if the commission's going to go through and pick and choose which one it approves and which one it doesn't?
Just to restate your question, Commissioner Herman, you're saying that is commission expected to go through each program and approve each program? Is that what the question is?
I'm asking if that's your expectation, that the commission is going to go through and approve each and every dollar and each and every one of these spendings for each and every year.
No, I think we own our program and we own the planning, and so from that perspective, we requested that, and of course, we hope that it's approved so that we can provide all the services which are expected of us.
Is this plan designed to improve electric reliability?
Certainly, this plan is done in such a way that we would meet our requirements laid out. So it is designed to meet that requirements.
So you're aiming to meet your SAIDI and SAFE metrics. Is that correct?
Yes, that is certainly correct. We intend to, and we desire to do that, absolutely.
Right. With respect to contingency planning, Mr. Apte, you claim that the projects to which contingency is applied are, large, long-term projects. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, we do apply contingency there.
Okay. And when you're budgeting for a large, long-term project, do you apply an inflation rate to that you would expect that inflation would apply, over year over year? Do you inflate, do you account for inflation in your planning process?
During the planning process, we do consider how long the project is going to last, and we have it could be labor, it could be materials, and we have to keep in mind that a lot of these projects, when we bid it out, quite a few of these projects are fixed price, so it depends the cost depends on how much work, and during the bid process we look for a fixed bid or a unit price. So whether it is done now or later, when we are bidding, we try to keep the cost contained during the bidding process.
Sure, but I'm trying to understand, like, when you're planning for a long-term process, do you plan for inflation as part of the process?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then the contingency is on top of the inflation?
Contingency is separate than the inflation, yes.
Okay. One second, Mr. Apte. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Apte.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman.
Commissioner questions? Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Apte.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I was interested in the discussion by, in Mr. Case's testimony on page 34. He talks about how BGE is working to benefit the environment and address climate change. And he talks specifically about Empower, how the company is working to reduce its own carbon footprint, and got into discussion about EV. And I was interested from your perspective as a distribution planner, what are your considerations as you look to state policies such as electrification, integration of DER, specifically working to achieve the state's goal of 14.5% by solar by 2030? Are you considering that as you look at the distribution system planning? And if so, can you give me some specific examples how this multi-year rate plan supports some of those important state goals?
So from perspective of the goals, and especially this multi-year rate plan, I would like to call out the CVR, the conservation voltage reduction plan, which we have made investments during this plan as well. So that certainly helps our customers, not only from reducing their costs, but so that is one of the programs I would call, Commissioner Richard, that we are considering. In addition, we have EV programs within this plan where we are targeting to purchase more electric vehicles. So that is another place which we pay attention to. So those are just few examples I'm mentioning.
Okay, but specifically as you design the distribution system, are you thinking about the increased requirements for again, more and more solar development in the BGE's service territory? If we were to be successful and having the types of the scale of integration of electric vehicles, really just the change in the distribution needs based on the state's environmental and climate change goals.
Certainly, we do consider that. And for example, the 13 kV, 4 kV to 13 kV conversion work, right? So that's another example where 13 kV system is able to integrate DER better than 4 kV. So that's another advantage of that conversion.
Okay, so the conversion, the transitions.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that answer, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Linton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Apte. I had a couple questions for you in your rebuttal testimony, starting on page 12. This is regarding your response to OPC witnesses regarding some of the improvements the company would like to make to substations. I'm not looking to get into any confidential issues here, so please, if one of my questions go in that direction, just let me know. I just wanted to understand a little more about, starting on page 12, your answer was the top of the page, regarding the number of substations the company has identified as those that are critical facilities. Can you help me to understand, does the company identify these as facilities that are in some level of risk today, so that some type of action must be taken within the course of the next 3 years? Or are these substations that are, even though they're classified as tier 1, they are still safe and are offering the appropriate amount of security for the equipment that's there?
So, Commissioner Linton, tier 1s, especially answering for tier 1s, that's what we are working on to finish first. And then go for tier 2, tier 3s. Our goal is to finish everything. The tier 1s, I think if I recollect, I think it is 2020 is when we want to finish tier 1s. And that way we are making sure that the most important ones are covered first.
So is this equipment that is in need of immediate protective action, or are they, even though they're tier 1, they're still offering secure load to consumers?
So tier 1s are certainly offering load to the customers, and it's not that they have no security. We have to improve upon what security it's already there, so that we feel comfortable that any future events are avoided.
Okay, so they are. This is an attempt to improve what's already there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So for the tier 4 substations, those are the ones that we're pushing out. The company proposes to push out beyond this MRP. Is that accurate to say?
That is correct. Tier 4s are not being considered right now.
Okay. And those are, and is that more because they are not serving critical facilities, or because they are considered safe at this time?
So when we tier them, we consider the criticality of the customers, number of customers, whether they can have ties to some other substations as well. Okay. So we consider all that aspect, and when we find that customers still can be served, that's why we push them down to tier 4 in that sense. And keep in mind that we do not really, we are not really doing any upgrades for tier 4. We are upgrading for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you very much, Mr. Apte. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Oh, turn to Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the indulgence. Mr. Apte, there was one other question I wanted to ask you. In your planning process, where do you take into account alternatives, maybe more cost-effective alternatives non-wire solutions or other alternatives, and specifically with the question Commissioner Richard asked you, DERs and many other things. How do you take outside input into that alternatives process? Because it's a pretty opaque process right now. Nobody has input into it, and you do it. It's done internally, and nobody gets to see it until it's done. And so, how do you take those alternatives into consideration? How will you take them into consideration going forward?
So today we do consider non-wire alternatives in the planning process, and there are multiple documents which we had shared where you would see non-wire alternatives considered. The battery energy storage system is one of the best examples for that. And in future, again, we would be certainly open depending upon whatever comes out of the PC44 working group, and share any other details, whatever comes out of that. So we absolutely consider that today, and our goal is to consider more of those alternatives and share the information depending upon whatever the outcome of that PC44 working group is. Commissioner, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I muted to stop the feedback. You may have be a little bit more optimistic than I that work group process will meet with consensus regarding the amount of transparency that the company is willing to give up, but we shall see. I think it's going to be imperative, though, in both implementing state policy and cost-effective alternatives, tying into these 3-year, multi-year rate processes. And I'm not going to ask you, Mr. Apty, to make a commitment on behalf of the company now, but I got to tell you, if this is all going to work, in my opinion, together properly, including this rate case, there got to be some transparency given up in the planning process and some input taken into account from the stakeholders.
And we understand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Does the council have any questions following up from the commissioner's questions? Right. Hearing none, the witness is excused. We're going to move forward and have one more witness testify today. So why don't we take a short 5-minute break? We'll come back at 3:45 and we'll have BGE call its next witness at 3:45.
Thank you.
All right. Before we go back on the record in 9645, the court reporter has stepped away. We'll wait a moment. Okay, before we go back on the record, so that we could wait a moment. Tomorrow, our schedule has us started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I think we could start a lot earlier than that, shortly after the Commission's administrative meeting adjourns. So what I'd like parties to do, if you could check with your home office as the next witness appears, I'll inquire of the parties at the conclusion of today's hearing to see if that's amenable for everybody. We are back on the record. The company may call its next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The company calls Tamla Olivier as its next witness.
Ms. Olivier, if you could please turn on your microphone and raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good afternoon, Ms. Olivier.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and business address for the record.
Tamla Olivier. Business address is 110 West Fayette, Baltimore, Maryland.
And what is your business title?
Chief Customer Officer, Senior Vice President, Customer Operations.
Ms. Olivier, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Tamla A. Olivier, which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 10, dated May 15, 2020, consisting of 12 pages and one attachment?
I do.
Do you also have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Tamla A. Olivier, dated September 11, 2020, and pre-marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 11, consisting of 3 pages?
Mine is dated August 18th.
Okay. Just check that for a second. Okay, you should have one that's dated September 11 as your rebuttal testimony.
David, I should be able to pull it up online.
Okay, well, we'll allow you to do that.
The commission copy has Ms. Olivier's testimony of rebuttal dated September 11th.
David, I don't want to hold us up. I can certainly have someone send that.
Okay. Were exhibits, what was previously marked as exhibits 10 and 11, your direct testimony and your rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And did you have an opportunity to review the final versions of your direct testimony and your rebuttal testimony, which is marked as exhibits 10 and 11 and pre-marked as 1011 in this case.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any corrections to those final versions of your rebuttal and direct testimonies?
No, I do not.
Okay. And Ms. Olivier, if I were to ask you today the same questions that were asked in connection with your sworn direct testimony and rebuttal testimony, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move into evidence company exhibits 10 and 11.
Thank you. And this has copies of 10 and 11 in front of her. Is that right?
I know that she has a copy of 10, and I believe she's getting the most recent version of 11 in front of her.
Okay. She'll be questioned on it. BGE exhibits 10 and 11 are moved into evidence.
At this time, I present Ms. Olivier for examination.
The examination by Counsel for Office of People's Counsel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Olivier. No questions for the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ralph, you have an open mic. We'll turn to Counsel for Commission staff.
Good afternoon, Miss Olivier.
Good afternoon.
I just have one question beyond those we asked in discovery. The gas meter relocation and protection program, I believe you testify in your rebuttal and direct testimony that this program ended in 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know whether the company made any notification to the commission that this program was completed other than your filed testimony?
I would have to defer to one of the attorneys. I know what we testified to, but 2019 ended the program.
Thank you. Staff has no further questions.
Thank you. Is there additional cross-examination by other parties? Sir Ralph, do you have any redirect based on Mr. Dean's question?
I do not. Thank you.
Do commissioners have questions of the witness? Miss Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Olivier.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
So, Ms. Olivier, I'm not sure if you have it, but I am looking at, hold on one second. It's page 44 of order number 88975, which is the order about the meter relocation. I'm imagining you don't have it before you, and that's okay. Don't worry about that. So, are you the witness who is designated by the company to discuss the prudency of the meter relocation program?
Yes.
You are. Okay. So in the order number that I just referenced, and I'll help you out because it's not real long. I'll read this to you. Can you comment on whether that program was required in order for you to be in compliance with the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration regulations, as the staff asserted in a prior proceeding?
I know that when we sought out to do the work, we partnered with the PSC as well as the engineering division, and it was a safety determination that we needed to move forward proactively with this work.
Right. And was it so that you would be in compliance with the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration regulations, as the commission staff asserted in that case?
I would have to look at the order specifically when we move forward with the work.
I'm sorry, I thought the work was done.
Yes, when we move forward with the work in 2019, I would just have to confirm that that was in keeping with that safety hazard order. I don't
Okay,
have
but
the
you
order in
didn't,
front
you
of me.
didn't provide any testimony about whether you were or were not in compliance with the Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration regulation.
No, I did not in my testimony.
Okay, and you are the witness who, if it were covered, that's where it would be.
Correct.
Okay. So, where in your testimony do you demonstrate that these were prudent costs that all customers should bear, and that customers should be compelled to participate in the program?
I don't believe that in the testimony, specifically the rebuttal, we talked about the fact that we move forward with work that the commission agreed was prudently incurred in 2019 at the request of the commission in partnership with the engineering division.
Okay, so the order that you actually reference in your rebuttal testimony on page 2, 88975, that order states that BGE is directed to create a regulatory asset for the remaining costs of the gas meter relocation program, which is what we're talking about here.
Correct.
And when that program is complete, which you're saying it is now, and BGE seeks to move it into rates, which you're doing now, the company shall demonstrate that such costs were prudently incurred. So where is the testimony that these costs were prudently incurred? Is it that, you know, where is that?
Yep, so we completed the work and we did that in a cost-effective, efficient manner. In fact, we came in under budget with that program. At the end of 2019, there were still some additional relocations as well as protection bollards that still needed to be put in place, but because of access and complications there, it was a little more complex. We continue to do that work, but the prudency was around us being efficient, coming in on time, under budget. In addition, there were benefits to both customers as well as the public. So from a customer safety perspective, those meters were moved outside of the home, protected them from vehicular strikes, as well made them available to first responders as well as our company personnel in the event of emergencies where gas needed to be turned off. So both the customers as well as the public benefited from this work.
Okay, and was that in your direct testimony?
It should.
That this, you know, I mean, you just said it, and I appreciate that.
It should be in
so
the
was all that in your direct testimony?
It should be in the rebuttal.
It's in your rebuttal. Okay, so your the sum of the discussion of the prudency of this program is on page 11, is the, you know, on page 11 and 12 of your direct testimony and page 2 through 3 of your rebuttal. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, are there any exhibits associated with that, talking about the, you know, how you spent the money and that you spent less than you anticipated? Are there any exhibits associated with that?
No, I don't believe we have exhibits associated with that.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any additional commissioner questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Olivier.
Good afternoon.
I had a couple questions from your direct testimony, and would focus on page 9. But before we get to that, you're familiar with the Commission's PC 53 order, the one which authorized the utility companies to begin collection activity again after the governor's office prohibited service denials and collection activity for utility companies?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Could you tell me if the company has established any different processes than normal to respond to what should be happening now, actually, an increase in customer calls as a result of the Commission's order?
Yeah, so we have done quite a bit, both prior to PC 53 and beyond. Prior to PC 53, we actually enrolled roughly 1,400 customers onto 24-month payment arrangements. So that was actually before the PC 53 order. We have continued to allow those payment options to be in place up to 24 months for customers. They can gain access. In the past, it was only through the customer care center. They can now do that through mobile web, mobile app, as well as the desktop. And in fact, the PAs that we've put in place during the moratorium, 50% of those are going through the desktop. From a proactive communication perspective, we have more than 2 million proactive communications, both from a limited income perspective as well to non-limited income residential customers, to ensure that they are aware of energy assistance programs that are available, as well as our new payment options. In addition, we have added some additional touch points beyond the notification process, increase the number of dialers. We are also, from a vetting perspective, really digging into special needs, critical illness, life support, as well as virtual learning. So we have created scripts for the field, scripts for our customer care center reps, door hangers, to ensure that we are really understanding our customers' needs, so that we are not in a position where we would be making any cuts to any of those special groups. We committed that to the Commission with PC 53, and we intend to ensure that our processes support that.
Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So on page 9 of your direct testimony, you have a chart outlining the customer operations capital summary. And for both O&M and capital summary, table 1 and table 2, you have a decrease in forecasted costs under the MYP for 2021. Well, for 2021 for the capital summary. And for O&M, you have a little bit of an increase. For all of the different changes and improvements you just mentioned, are all of those being recorded in the reg asset, or are they incorporated in the table 1 and table 2 of your direct testimony?
So they would not be included in capital. From an O&M perspective, both of these were built prior to COVID being considered. So some of these, most of these items are not going to be included in those costs. However, what I will tell you is we routinely are looking for ways to increase efficiencies through our e-channels so that we're able to lower overhead and labor costs. And that's why you do see, from an O&M perspective, a small decrease over the MYP. But both of these financial summaries were built prior to COVID.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that these numbers are subject to change as a result of the changes that you just discussed a few moments ago, as a result of COVID and potential just an increase in customer contacts and interactions with customers as a result of the many challenges consumers are facing now?
We could see increase in cost. I mean, our goal, as we stated during PC 53, is not to have to cut anyone. But that also means that we are going to have to be far more proactive. We're going to have to be far more hands-on. We just filed an AMP in partnership with key stakeholders as well as the other Maryland utilities. That is going to require additional resourcing to make sure that we're able to meet these new needs that we are currently faced with and our customers are faced with. So there will likely be incremental costs from a COVID perspective.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I noticed that the companies, your earlier testimony, you mentioned that companies receive very high rankings with J.D. Power. I hope that, and I'm looking forward to that continuing as consumers reach out to you for assistance as a result of COVID-19.
Thank you. And I did also want to mention the fact that we did go live 9/28 with our public service announcement, and that was a wonderful idea from the commission, specifically Commissioner O'Donnell. So we appreciate that. And we hope that we continue to see movement based on the We Can Help campaign and an increase in engagement from our customers through these various communication channels.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the witness? Do parties have any follow-up based on the resulting responses to the commissioners? Hearing, the witness is excused.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Before we conclude today, I did mention that it's my desire to start the hearing a little early tomorrow. Is there an objection to parties starting approximately 2 hours early around 11 a.m.?
No, Your Honor.
No objection from OPC, Your Honor.
No objection from BGE.
Okay, well, I'll take that as a no unless anybody states to the affirmative. We'll start no earlier than 11 a.m. or 15 minutes after the conclusion of tomorrow's administrative meeting, whichever is later. So please keep an eye on our YouTube stream for tomorrow. This hearing stands in recess until either 11 a.m. or 15 minutes after the conclusion of the administrative meeting on tomorrow, October the 14th. Have a good evening. We are adjourned.